panel, and I'm a professor and head of civil and environmental engineering at Carnegie Mellon University. We are reconvening, and we will be starting to work our way through the charge questions. Before we begin, though, I'd like to say thanks to all the public commenters this morning. There's much there for us to think about, and I can assure you we are thinking about it. And in addition, there were, as I mentioned, some 260 unique written public comments submitted prior to today. And at our September 30 teleconference, we had a review of categories of comments received among, at that time, 257 unique written comments, and the committee, subgroup of us here led the effort to group and lead a discussion about public comments, and that occurred during our September 30 teleconference. And then the written comments received subsequent to the September 30 teleconference have also received attention from all members of the panel. And we paid very close attention this morning, and I thank all the public commenters for making time to be here, be with us, and share their thoughts and perspectives. One of the topics that came up this morning and in other written comments and submitted by the public, and indeed in preliminary comments submitted by panel members, has to do with the issue of prospective case studies. And in the research scoping and in the research study plan, there was discussion of and formulation of plans to conduct prospective case studies, and that is instrumenting particular field sites for pre-hydraulic fracturing characterization, for then monitoring during the hydraulic fracturing process and the subsequent resource development, and to study the water cycle at a field site the entire way through from a research standpoint. And as was mentioned this morning in the public comments, several of the public comments, the prospective case studies do not appear in the draft final assessment report. And I've asked Jeff Frithson of ORD to say a few words about the prospective case studies and what transpired over the past several years with the research team, and why prospective case studies don't appear in the final assessment, the draft final assessment. Jeff, I turn the floor over to you.
Let me see if I can find a little bit of clarification here. So in the original study plan, we did outline that we thought going into a prospective case study, having
Jeff, could you pull the microphone a little bit closer to you?
Apologies. Okay. In the study plan, we had outlined that prospective case studies might inform our understanding of hydraulic fracturing in ways not possible by looking at existing sites. We've all been there, that if we can design the study right from the get-go with the appropriate controls, sometimes we can learn an awful lot. We engaged with industry to try to find that type of site, that type of partnership with industry, and industry was willing, but for several reasons it just didn't come about. We were looking for the right combination of what would pass the test in terms of a controlled site, science criteria, what would pass the test from the perspective of a business operation for a particular business partner. We got close several times. It just didn't happen. The other part of this, of course, is when would it have had to have happened in order to inform what you have before you? And of course, back in 2011, if we could have launched a prospective study, we would be looking at perhaps 4 years of data that would have informed this type of assessment. We were thinking that if we did find a suitable site, we would be looking at least 1 year of the collection of data pre-drilling and pre-fracking. Remember, one of our data limitations that we've outlined is the inadequate pre versus post type of monitoring, and by having a controlled site, we would want to monitor for that. At this point in time, we don't have that relationship, and resources are such that I'm not quite sure that we could develop that at this point in time, even if the ideal partner and site came to pass. I hope that provides enough of an answer for you.
Thanks, Jeff. I'll ask the panel members if there are any questions of Jeff on that point. Paul Westerhoff?
Just to follow up then, 2 years ago, or a year ago? What, last time we had this meeting? Two years ago. Didn't you know that then too about budget limitations of doing that, or not?
2 years ago when we met in, what was that, like May of 2013 or something, we were still looking for an active partner then. It just hasn't come to pass. So.
Joe DeGeorge.
So, as another follow-up on that, the question I have is, I note in the report that it's not, and that was considered an important part of the planning going forward. I noted in the report we don't really have any discussion of that information, the difficulties with establishing it. It might have been useful to have explained that, so not just the folks in this room, but the public at large understand what some of the issues were. So was that considered, not considered?
Not for the assessment, no. No, the assessment is meant to bring together the available information to inform the topic, not to be the follow-up, so to speak, to the study plan. So we didn't want to go back and have a check mark against the study plan. We wanted the assessment to be that integration and synthesis of the available information.
Is it Dan Good?
Since you brought up the resources issues in terms of, even if you were able to, could you complete that study now? Was the budget for that part of the study spent on the rest of the study, or those resources are gone, so that if you got that opportunity now, you wouldn't consider starting it, or are those resources still sort of allocated somewhere for prospective studies?
No, I'm not quite sure I have a solid answer for you on the resource limitations there in the prior year budgets. As you know, for FY 2016, we have a continuing resolution. We don't know what our budget is. So.
Steve Ranke?
Yes, my question is, I guess my impression looking at the report is it doesn't really contain recommendations for future research, maybe like a typical research report or a thesis might. Have you given consideration to that and rejected it, or is that something you might consider adding? A number of comments this morning said, well, we should recommend these things, and probably many of those things on our minds as well, and probably on yours. Has there been any thought to maybe laying out high priority areas for research? And you kind of imply them, where you're saying these limitations, gaps, missing this. So you could say, well, yeah, but making it explicit might reduce some of the concerns.
We would welcome the panel's input on how to move forward that way. What we concentrated on in the assessment was to outline, identify our uncertainties, the sources of our uncertainties. We did not carry it the next step and make the specific comment that this is a research need. Because, of course, for every uncertainty, you could have added, and this is a research need. What becomes a need needs to be answered, I think, with the decision context in mind. So we went as far as identifying the uncertainties, but in order to prioritize those, I think you'd have to know the next step, which was what's the decision context for the information, the value of information type of approach. Now, if the panel has some suggestions of how we might focus on one uncertainty being larger than another or more important than another, we would love that type of input as we move forward with finalizing the report.
Sue Brownlee?
I think I just want to follow through this chain because I guess I'm left kind of wondering, a couple years ago you thought you needed this prospective case study and you were going to do it up until 2 years ago and then you couldn't do it. And then now you've got a report, but you're not mentioning that you thought you needed that in order to write your report. So it seems like it doesn't quite make logical sense. Isn't that something that, you should either end up saying, we couldn't do it and we didn't really need to do it and here's why, or we couldn't do it and we really should do it and here's why. This is something we couldn't do and it's really forefront of something that should be done in the future. I mean, it just seems like everybody in the room's left hanging and the public's left hanging. What do you think?
It's a good point. We felt as we were going through the assessment that what we were, I sound redundant now, what we were doing is bringing together the available information so that the assessment is standing on its own and not constantly referring back to a study plan. We all know that what you intend to do in research should change, does change, as a result of what you learned by going through the act of putting things together during your research. And what we're seeing is that evolution. Was the prospective case studies absolutely essential for pulling together the assessment? We think no. And we're hoping that the assessment speaks to that. Would they have been helpful in filling in some of the uncertainties that we've identified? Perhaps.
Okay. I have to remind panel members to put down their cards whenever they're done. Okay, then we're going to move. Steve, did you have another?
Dave.
Oh, sorry. The other Steve.
Yeah, I have to admit to being a little confused, Jeff, because some of the things that I heard earlier today, they sounded like really good opportunities to learn some things from things that have happened in the past. And forgive me, but I wasn't involved with the early uptime, what was said that we're going to do this and do that. But why did you not use that as an opportunity to learn in specific cases? I know they weren't maybe exactly, I have everything to begin with, I have everything at the end, but it seems to me there could be been a lot learned in post-mortem kind of things of looking at samples, investigating. For example, when gas comes up through somebody's water well, there are some issues of well integrity. There are some things that can be done to check for well integrity on those specific cases that people are. Forgive me, but I was very caught up in the emotional aspect of what was presented here today, and I don't think those people are radicals. I think they're just down-to-earth, credible kind of people. What was the logic of not pursuing that? Because I heard them say several times it was going to be done, but it never was done. Maybe you could shed some light on that for me. Or probably, hope I'm not the only one that thinks about that.
So you're referring back to Dimmick, Parker, and Pavilion, I believe.
It looked like those were three specific things that were brought up and are being hammered and hitting the news and hitting by a number of people that were up here, complete with people that actually had the wells, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
So the investigations at those three sites have been taken up now by the states. And so there's some ongoing work at those sites. I don't think the story is ended yet. at least the available data that we had access to wasn't conclusive at the time that we looked at it, and we knew that there was more data coming in. So we may go back and look at that in the development of the final assessment and see how useful it is to illustrate some of the points that we've come out with. But let me reiterate something I said about the scope of our assessment. It was not meant to be a site-specific investigation. We didn't want the assessment to be the final word on Parker County. Texas is taking care of that sort of thing. However, your point is well taken. What can we learn to know more about the act of hydraulic fracturing to incorporate into this report? Is there a specific type of well failure that can be highlighted from those kinds of case studies? We would want to bring that in. Is there a specific way of monitoring to detect these things earlier? Should there be a problem? We would want to bring that in too. So what did we learn from monitoring at these sites? I think that may be a direction that we go as we finalize the assessment.
Okay, Jim, last question, then we need to go to charge question 1.
I just wanted to follow up on that just a bit. As a toxicologist, I'm left wondering as I read this document and seeing it for the first time, what if we really have a problem here or not? I think if you were to pursue some of these worst case scenarios, and as a toxicologist, I need to have some idea about what the exposure was and what the chemicals were, and I can at least do a rough risk assessment or hazard assessment. But without any information, even on the worst cases, and then I'm told that it's really not a problem on a national scale to much extent. So I'm left wondering, or after I read this document, do we really have a problem, even in the worst case scenario? So I'm wondering if it wouldn't be worth your resources to follow up some of these cases. I think leaving it to the states is not an answer, particularly some of the states, Texas and some others that I'm familiar with. So I'm just wondering if it isn't worth EPA resources to do some worst case scenarios.
Thank you for your comment. You're picking up a bit on the scope of the assessment itself. As a toxicologist, you well appreciate that if you were to do an exposure assessment, we would most likely have to do that as a site-specific basis because you're looking for site-specific routes of exposure and site-specific information on those that are being exposed. Where are they getting their drinking water? What are the concentrations of whatever in the drinking water, if it's detectable, and so on and so forth? That we did not do as part of this assessment, and we make it clear right up front that what we are doing is not an exposure assessment.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Thanks very much.
Just one comment. I'm still, though, I'd like to see the worst case assessment. I'm still left wondering, is this really a problem from a health effect standpoint or not? Is the fact that maybe you only have exposure levels in parts per trillion or parts per billion, maybe that's not a really concern anywhere. But I'm left without any information. My point.
It's an interesting idea to come up with a exposure scenario that could be used as your worst case situation, and we'd have to put the word credible in there because we of course would get the criticism that is your worst case a credible case, that sort of thing. But I understand your suggestion. It's an interesting one to ponder.
And I think there'll be more opportunity to discuss that, Jim. We're going to be getting into some of the toxicology issues tomorrow when we get to the later chapters in the report. Okay, charge question 1. Then we're going to start into some discussion of comments on that from our panel. Let me read charge question 1. The goal of the assessment was to review, analyze, and synthesize available data and information concerning the potential impacts of hydraulic fracturing on drinking water resources in the U.S., including identifying factors affecting the frequency or severity of any potential impacts. In Chapter 1 of the assessment are the goals, background, scope, approach, and intended use of this assessment clearly articulated. In Chapters 2 and 3 are the descriptions of the hydraulic fracturing and drinking water resources, clear and informative as background material. Are there topics that should be added to Chapters 2 and 3 to provide needed background for the assessment? And we have 6 lead discussants, but 3 of them aren't here today. So we have Peter Bloomfield, Beth Boyer, and Kathy Bennett-Enser will be providing lead discussant comments. And why don't we start with Peter?
Thanks, Dave. So broadly, as an overall response to the charged question, I would say that Chapter 1 indeed covers the background, scope, and intended use. And you can infer the goals. We were asked to comment on the goals, but they weren't explicitly stated, but you can infer them.
Peter, would you pull the mic a little bit closer to you? Thank you.
And the one feature of Chapter 1 that I'd like to comment on is the question of the scope, where near the start of Chapter 1 there's a broad statement that the U.S. Congress urged the EPA to study the relationship between hydraulic fracturing and drinking water. And elsewhere in the background to the charged questions, there's a statement under the background that says that the purpose of the assessment was to synthesize available scientific literature and data on the potential for hydraulic fracturing for oil and gas to change the quality or quantity of drinking water resources, and to identify factors affecting the frequency or severity. And the document, the assessment is structured around the hydraulic cycle, the 5 stages of the water cycle, which I think gives a nice structure to the overall report. But it leads to some statements from Chapter 1, and I'll just comment here. Activities that are not considered include acquisition and transport of constituents of hydraulic fracturing fluids besides water, site selection and well pad development, other infrastructure development, site reclamation, and well closure. And the rationale for not considering those is that we consider these activities to be outside the scope of the hydraulic fracturing water cycle, and therefore their impacts are not addressed in this assessment. And that seems to be a mismatch with the original scope, with the original request from Congress to study more broadly, I'd say, the impacts of hydraulic fracturing on drinking water resources. Transport of chemicals to the well site would not be covered, and yet if there was some sort of spill involved in that, that would definitely seem to present threat to drinking water resources. And likewise, if failure of the containment in an abandoned well, a closed well, could similarly be viewed as a threat to the drinking water. So, while recognizing that water cycle offers a very clean organizing framework for the document, I think it also needs to be explained why studying those 5 stages captures the bulk of the risk, why there aren't further risks that don't fall into that neat classification. So I think at some point in the document, and I'm not sure if it belongs in one of these three chapters, or possibly elsewhere, I think that it would be good to see some more rationale. I think it's not enough to say that those activities are outside the scope. I think it's important to offer some assessment of why they don't need to be included within the scope, given the original statement of the purpose. Another concern that I have, which I raised in the telephone conference about these charge questions, is that there's also this reference to identifying factors affecting the frequency or severity of potential impacts. And I just don't see any way to scientifically address those without quantifying those effects. And we have lots of indications within the document of why the information base just isn't adequate to quantify those kinds of effects. So that seems, to my mind, to set a very sharp limitation, a very sharp ceiling on what we can expect to get out of this in terms of actually identifying the factors that really do have an impact. And so I think it's important to carefully outline the limitations there and the extent to which we can expect to achieve any sort of definitive identification of those factors. And I didn't see that in these chapters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Next, Beth Boyer.
Thank you. Down here. Chapter 1 provides the detailed overview of the goals, background, scope, and approach and intended use of the assessment report. One thing that that came up this morning is that I shared somewhat of a surprise in seeing how the goals were articulated in this chapter. I do think that the statement of goals should be made more explicit and clarified and used consistently throughout the entire report. For example, the way it appeared here, it was embedded in the last paragraph or sentence of chapter 1.11, page 11, in the background section. And they presented it as the goal was to review and synthesize literature. Yet literature isn't the only approach used here. There's EPA's research that we heard about this morning, the peer-reviewed studies that have come from that research within EPA, as well as the literature, of course, of more broadly, and case studies, and stakeholder input, which were all very important to EPA. I thought that the way the objectives were spelled out in your presentation today were much more clear and consistent with how it appeared throughout some of the other sections of the report. And I think that should be made to be more consistent with your presentation and also made very bold as an explicit statement of goals right there in that chapter, not just embedded at the end of the background section. Perhaps just start off the section with a reiteration of the goals. And possibly that just stemmed from the fact that people had forgotten that you just read the executive summary or something and needed to be rehashed there. I do think that thought is shared by many panelists based on some of the comments that were synthesized here. And of course, my colleagues can weigh in. Another thing there, just following up on what we just heard about the scope of the report, many of the public commenters also shared a large concern about a limited scope of the report, yet we all acknowledge that it's huge in scope. At the same time, there's so much to learn. It's already very lengthy. And one of the things that EPA could potentially do to help is to acknowledge the need for additional assessment. In fact, there are a lot of caveats in here about the conclusions and limitations that speak toward that. But if there was a section about needs for further assessment, revisiting the case studies that weren't done, that were originally planned, that we just heard about, but also the fact that things were limited from the get-go in scope to not focus on human health, to not focus on aquatic life or aquatic ecosystems, and to stay focused on drinking water. Something could be added there to acknowledge what the scope is and isn't. Again, that was more clear to me in the presentation materials today than it is in the report and the introductory chapters. Regarding chapters 2 and 3, they were basically background information describing hydraulic fracturing and drinking water resources, and I thought those were pretty clear and useful as background material. There was one public comment that was relevant and took issue with some of the wording in this chapter about co-location of hydraulic fracturing activities with surface and groundwater increases the potential for impacts to current and future drinking water resources. And they pointed out, perhaps accurately, that by using the term co-location, that it's giving a false impression that there's little protection if there's a well site that's in close proximity to surface or groundwater, and doesn't acknowledge different regulations in the states about setback distances that would be in place to have things separated to begin with. So I thought that was a pretty fair comment about some potentially misleading conclusions in Chapter 3, I believe it was, with the description of co-location. But overall, I thought that these introductory chapters were fairly clear and fairly well written about what the scope is, and I did like the background section. I will turn it over to the next. Thanks.
Thanks, Beth. Kathy?
Yes. Can you hear me? Does that work? A little closer? Okay. Maybe here. I'll just get over. Okay, first of all, I want to thank Peter and Beth for their comments, and I fully agree with what they've said. I'm going to try to filter through and add. I thought that in general, chapters 2 and 3 were great. Chapter 1, I didn't really find as a good overall summary of where we're headed or what had been done, and I think that may be because of the goals weren't explicitly characterized. I thought it, it was a really set of strong limitations, but then which almost devalues what was found, and so I think maybe it was limitations were overstressed or just set by themselves, not with respect to findings. And so let's see if I can. But there are limitations, and one of them is the discussion of the actual frequency and severity of changes due to fracturing, the quantity of wastewater from fracturing. Looking at Table 1-1, that seems to not be addressed. And then one of the issues that, and I think maybe it's out of the scope, but I don't really understand why it's out of the scope, is the issue of reclamation and well closure. So that seems to be to me, as someone who would be concerned with water, that seems like an important consideration for the cycle. Let's see. So in line 23 of Chapter 1, it says, in this assessment, we also identify and discuss factors affecting the frequency or severity of changes to avoid a simple inventory of all specific situations in which fracturing might alter drinking water quality or quantity. And from this sentence, I discern that the report does not address the quantity and severity of specific situations, even though specific situations may be key in understanding the what-if aspects of when operations go wrong. And even though we can't do a pre and post, it just does seem remiss not to discuss what we know and what we've learned from the evolution of this process over the last decade. And then I note that there is specific consideration given to the frequency and severity of spills for 2 states, and this aspect of the report appears to contradict the statement above in Chapter 1. And again, while I appreciate the focus on systemic problems, it's also, again, important to characterize the outliers as well and what's going on in those cases. Let's see. Okay, and so I guess what I found missing from Chapter 1 was the acknowledgement of such events, and I think that should be important. Let's see. Okay, so I've said that. Just a second. Okay, let's see. Okay, and I know that we're thinking about drinking water, but I believe, the other competing uses of water in terms of agriculture and industry, it seems like there should be at least some mention there. So although not indicated in Chapter 1 as a limitation, the report does not directly address projected population growth that I could find. I looked for it and maybe I missed it, but I would just, maybe someone else on the committee has seen that. So again, I think that these are important to state as limitations, but then Chapter 1 is all about limitations and kind of gives you the idea that nothing was found, whereas I think when you read the full report, you do find things. When I go to Chapters 2 and 3, the one question I have, which has come up, and I maybe didn't phrase it correctly, but the idea of well spacings, the frequency at which things are happening. And I don't see where that question is directly addressed in terms of the impact. But if you go to Chapter 3, where we look at the public water supply, so there's the map of the number of wells within a mile of a public water supply. And, there's a category of 49 to 144 active wells within a mile of a public water supply. And so I think that the spacings of the wells and the proximity to the public water supply need to be pulled out even further. A few suggestions for Chapter 3. Seems like there should be a discussion highlighting communities experiencing water constraints and the presence or absence of fracturing activities in those regions. A high-level discussion of population growth and future water needs by communities. I know it's not the expertise nor focus of the report, but it is important to acknowledge that there is we had 156,000 people move into Houston in the last 2 years. I mean, we have extreme population growth going on. And then the other issue is looking at background. So we had is there information by aquifers or watersheds that could be part of the background? So not by states, but more by, what's happening within each water system. And then I would just say on Figure 3.5, that 49 to 144 category on your map, I'd like to see that broken down a little bit more, even though 49 is a lot, but where is that where is it that there are 144 wells within 1 mile of a public water source? And so was my reading of that. Okay.
Thank you, Kathy. And now open it up to other members of the panel. Any comments on Chapters 1, 2, 3 that are related to Charge Question 1? Paul Westerhoff.
Yeah, I thought perhaps in the background chapter, some different aspects are covered in the background, but one thing that's kind of missing from the background in the report is an overview on kind of maybe social science. So whether it's the EPA has a consumer confidence rule that talks about how to disseminate data from public or for larger water utilities. If you look on the EPA website, there's lots of information to assist homeowners on private wells. And then there's actually quite a bit of literature that exists on the social acceptance of water and water quality. And so I felt like the whole social science aspect in the background was kind of missing. If that maybe could be incorporated into the comments.
Thank you. Scott Baer.
Thank you. I was struck by the comments this morning. Several of them focused on the responsibility of the state versus the federal government. And there's some confusion about who's responsible for what. And I think maybe we ought to talk about adding a section into the first chapter about regulatory guidelines that are present today that weren't present 5 years ago, and what states have implemented to show progress in protecting the public. And I know several people this morning spoke about they weren't sure about who did what for whom. The other thing I noted is when we're looking at the contours of 49 to 144 within 1 mile of a well, being a geologist, I'm really sensitive to thinking of the world as 2D, and that's a map view, and that cluster, boy, that looks like a lot. I'd like to see something more that defines the depth of the wells, because the greatest amount of protection from the fracking fluids as well as the injected wastewaters is the rocks between the zone of injection or fracking and the public water supply. And some of those rocks have natural fractures, some lack them. The depth we use as sort of a surrogate for protection. The greater the depth, the more protection. So I would suggest we put in something a little bit more about the third dimension that tends to get missed.
Thanks, Scott. Walt Hufford.
Thank you. In my review of this section, I was struck by how, and I was thinking about the stakeholders that would be reviewing the document, and what I came away with was this perception that people who would read this document would think that hydraulic fracturing happens throughout the whole life, and a lot of people still believe that. When in fact hydraulic fracturing, the actual process of the fracturing, the stimulation of the well, really only takes a couple of days. And so I would ask you to think about how you could rethink the language of the document to very clearly articulate that we're talking about life cycle water management issues around a well that's going to be stimulated, where fracturing actually only occurs during a small part of that. Granted, all those issues that you captured are important issues, but I think we need to be very careful to think about the actual process of hydraulic fracturing as a very limited amount of time when you're talking about a well that may be producing for 40 years. So that would be my first comment to you. The second one I would think about when I was reading the report, since I live in this industry and we use acronyms a lot in this industry, I would think it'd be a little confusing for people who don't work in the industry, who don't live this every day, that some of the acronyms that are used in the industry or that are used in the science of what we're looking at would be pretty confusing. So I'd ask you to think about how you could spend a little bit more time in describing a little more broadly in the document what does that mean, and try to capture that, recognizing that the general audience doesn't work in this industry. They won't understand that. So I think they're looking to you, right, to help provide that clarity and a little more robust discussion about the use of acronyms. That's my point. Thank you.
Thanks, Walt. Joe, did you? Oh, Jeff, please.
Not quite sure that I should be adding questions here, but as a follow-up to that, one of the things that we struggle with in this type of assessment is defining all of those terms. And it's tough when you're trying to reach multiple audiences that have multiple backgrounds, even trying to speak to the hydrologist what the petroleum engineer is talking about. So we've got multiple disciplines coming in here, and it's not easy. So here's my question. The various approaches that we've used in terms of either a footnote or even putting stuff back in a glossary where people can look up a term, did it work? Uh-oh. All right.
Yeah, at least in part, I think so.
We got a part, and no, it didn't, so.
We got some suggestions for you to improve it, sure.
If the panel can point out to us what worked, we all like to focus on negatives sometimes, and what didn't work, we can perhaps hone in better on describing some of those terms, because we have wrestled with it, and we don't pretend that we have it right in this draft, but we do want to get it right for the final.
Why don't we take that Walt's general comment and the discussion it prompted? If there are specific terms that need to be described better for a general audience, please put those, let's get those into our written response to the charge question. And let's go to Joe DeGeorge, and then Dan Good, and then John.
So, first of all, I did appreciate the scope being laid out, but I do, and just go back to this for a moment. I think it's really important to not only say why things were not included in the scope, but really to actually also define what specific aspects of things were included in the scope that someone might question. And I'll just raise one that's on the opposite side. The produced water concerns. While clearly a concern and a relevant concern, it's not just a concern through hydraulic fracturing processes. So, what's the differentiation there that is the result of hydraulic fracturing that makes that component in a hydraulic fractured well more of an issue than from conventional production, if that's the right term? Somebody could correct me. So I think that would be useful, and that also goes to things like drilling, which are laid out. Why isn't it included? There are a lot of things that are or not. There are probably really good reasons why they aren't there, or are there, but it really needs to be laid out much more clearly why certain elements were or were not included. The document says it wants to talk about severity or potential of any potential impacts. And severity is going to be impacted by best practices or worst practices. In fact, it's quite interesting why the document, and even this morning it said we weren't going to talk about best practices. It did mention a worst practice in there as being an adverse effect, and talked about absence of redundancies. So in well casing or production. So why isn't the document speaking to those other aspects which might improve and reduce the severity and reduce the potential impact? I think that should be discussed in that scoping. Why isn't that included? Why are we, picking part of it but not all of it? So I think those are two things. And then the final comment is about the scope and drinking water resources as defined. And there were comments in the comments of the Federal Registry or to the docket that pointed to the definition of water, in this case, water resources. I think it really is important to say why the water resource was defined as it is for this particular report as opposed to other EPA reports. It's worth actually making sure that that's part of the scoping so that we understand why we're talking about certain water reservoirs which today could not be used with current just withdrawal of the water versus water that could be used with current withdrawal practices for water. So I think those are things that really do need to be further elaborated in the scope so the rest of the document could flow from that.
Thanks, Joe. Dan Good.
I wanted to, a couple of quick points. One, I thought that the chapter on drinking water resources was well done and written at an appropriate level of complexity and detail for this report. So I really liked that section. I wanted to follow up on something I think Peter and Catherine both said in terms of the scope of the study, where delivery of hydraulic fracturing fluids and well closure were excluded, whereas you can imagine that delivery of hydraulic fracturing fluids, a truck is a truck carrying hazardous materials, that's already regulated, and the hydraulic fracturing trucks aren't different than other trucks necessarily, but well closure seems to me to be clearly different than conventional wells because of the techniques used to develop the hole. And if there are going to be impacts on drinking water, I would fully, especially on groundwater, I would fully expect those to come after a long time. And so, to me, and this isn't something we should just put off on our heirs, right? We should consider this now while we're doing it instead of letting them deal with that. I think in Pennsylvania there are about 180,000 abandoned oil wells, and the state doesn't know where most of them are. Many of the actual impacts of hydraulic fracturing on drinking water have been caused by old abandoned wells. And so I think this is clearly an area where, at a minimum, the EPA needs to very clearly justify why that aspect of hydraulic fracturing was not included in the study. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. John Fontana.
I just want, on the comment about the making it, I guess, readable is what we're talking about to general public. I thought when I read through the parts I read through of the document, I thought I was really impressed with the way a lot of things were footnoted, and they were things that, many in the areas I know all about, wouldn't be necessary for me, but are necessary for other people. And I really like the way that was done. But after this discussion, I thought, well, maybe people should be reading this who don't know anything about any of this to see if they understand it. Whereas we all have, a lot of expertise in this room, but when I read this section on toxicology, that's way out of my realm of expertise, and I may have comments there for footnotes that should be added or explained better. The other thing I just caught that really caught my eye in Chapter 1 was the Section 1.5 called intended use, and I don't know if everybody read that. I think that would help focus where we should be going with evaluating, if everybody agrees with what the intended use is of the report. In terms of, it explains really well what the EPA is targeting as what this document will be used for, and how it might be used by states and local authorities to make their own rules and regulations. So I think if that should focus, if we all agree with that intended use, which I think everybody should make sure they review that section on the rest of our comments, basically, for this report.
Very good. Thanks, John. Abby?
So my comments are
Sure.
based on a toxicologist who doesn't understand this area. So maybe I'm a good gauge of the broad audience who, so pardon me if I'm asking some questions that are obvious to you, but maybe this helps to articulate some of the areas that might need to be brought out more. And especially as a toxicologist, I was trying to get a sense of timing and volume along the way. So it does say that the time frame for a typical fracturing treatment is 2 to 10 days. And then later it goes into that it's short but repetitive. And then still later there is discussion of number of stages per well can vary, where it's typical that it's 10 to 20, and one source documenting 1 to 59 stages. So I'm wondering, is it all happening within 10 days? Or is that happening over a much broader period of time? Because there was a number 60 days somewhere, and I can't find it right now. So that tells me whether there might be a higher probability of an acute exposure that workers may actually have with large volumes, and I don't get that from here, especially since in the tox part the focus is exclusively chronic. So I don't know whether there's a mix match later of what the biggest exposure concern is and what we need in terms of tox data. So there are sections along here where I thought, especially where I would look for, which are like text box 3.1 major findings. It wasn't until I read Scott Blair's comments that I understood that close proximity also needed to take into account geology and depth. And I went back and I looked at it after I read that comment, and there's like, page 2.5 talks about depth, but there's nothing in there, in that paragraph, that helps me understand what Scott was trying to bring out. So I'm asking those who are taking care of this section to, this is a specific comment that would be helpful to someone like me as a toxicologist to gradually understand this, and it was not there. The concept of short, intense, repetitive process, when they talk about that on page 212, to maybe reiterate what that time frame really is, because repetitive, for someone like me who's learning this, I'm wondering, does that mean several repetitive things of 10? You see, because each hydraulic fracturing is 10 days, but do they mean by repetitive mean that it could be 10 and then another 10 and another 10? And that made a difference to how I thought about it from an exposure standpoint and a hazard standpoint. So that is a comment from someone who really read the document and really tried to understand and was missing that for later on. So if you could try to articulate that, that would be helpful. Maybe someone could respond to that and clarify that it's all very clear and I just can't read right.
For right now, let's keep the discussion among the panel, so it's not Q&A with Jeff. He's
No, I
taking
mean,
notes
I'm
up
talking
there.
about others in the panel.
Sure.
I mean, I don't want to bring a point forward that is just because I'm the only one missing the point.
Sherry, I'm sorry, I missed you before. Please, Sherry Dunn Norman.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to come back to the well abandonment issue, because there really isn't anything particularly unique about abandoning a well that's been fractured compared to abandoning a well that hasn't been fractured. You know, you're going to place cement over the perforations. You might cut casing. You'll place a cement plug over where casing might be cut. You know, you'll follow your state regulations. And it's important, I think, that we don't confuse ourselves. You made the comment earlier about we have all these problems with abandoned wells. Well, you know, we have addressed in another chapter intersecting an existing well, although it might be drawn as an active well, it could be an abandoned well, and that's a different situation than abandoning the fractured well at the end of its life. And I just want to make sure that we don't confuse those two things, because they are two different things.
Paul Westerhoff.
So back to Libby. So maybe I'm not sure if I understand kind of your focus. So when you're talking about these 10-day and the acute, that would be for a worker on the pad, right? But I think we're supposed to focus just on the drinking water side. So would repeated 10-day treatment affect, you know, public exposure in their drinking water? I don't think we're supposed to focus on the OSHA workplace kind of environment. Is that right? So is that a differentiate? Would that change your kind of interpretation of what should be there?
Whether the spill is, it just gives me some kind of dimension here about when there's a spill, is it likely to happen with this in this 10-day period, right? And or whether it could happen repeatedly over a much longer period. And that can change to some extent how acute or subchronic or chronic the issue might be.
Let's move on. Where the juices are flowing. Let's see, Dan Good, and then Sue Brantley, and then Steve Ranke.
Thank you. Sherry, your point is very well taken about the well completion activities, and I'm relying on your judgment completely in that regard because I don't know much about it. Maybe it's terminology, but what I'm really more interested in, and where hydraulic fracturing is different, is what happens outside of the casing, where we're pressurizing the formation and breaking it open and those things. And that, by not looking at well closure or abandonment, The study doesn't have simulations of what's going to happen over, say, 100, 200, 1,000 years, which, presumably some of our heirs will still be around using these aquifers for drinking water resources. So I was really looking more at not so much the mechanics of the closure itself, but the long-term risk associated with hydraulic fracturing wells, which have been abandoned, but the formation is still, broken apart and was modified by the hydraulic fracturing. So just to clarify, that was mine.
Thanks, Dan. Sue Brantley.
Well, this is related to these scope questions also, the things that are left out of the report. I do think it's important, like Dan, for the report to mention things that were left out that might have impact on water and why they were left out. And the one I'm thinking about is drilling. And again, I'm thinking about it from this point of view, what could be different about these kind of wells? And a lot of the public are concerned about radioactivity getting into water, radioactive elements getting into water. And I guess I don't know, and my colleagues can educate me, but the report can educate a little bit also. These long laterals along a shale, the shale is usually where the radioactive components are, and the cuttings are presumably coming back up and going into landfills in Pennsylvania. And, in the long term, if we have a large volume of cuttings that have more radioactivity than your average cutting for a vertical well, is that something that we need to worry about? Now, the report may not address this because it's not in the scope, but I do think that from a point of view of educating the public, if we're leaving something out that could impact water in the long term, and it's specific somehow to these unconventional wells, or at least more related to the unconventional wells, that maybe that should be explained in these opening chapters.
Thanks, Sue. Steve Ranke.
Yes, a couple comments. One would be on Abby's question about exposure, acute versus chronic. I think that is a legitimate issue for water as well. You think of the surface disposal in Marcellus, then it's pretty much standard practice in industrial wastewater treatment and management. You're going to have these pulses, and so they set NPDES limits on chronic toxicity and acute toxicity. Those things, you dump a tank, and there it goes. So it's something we would do equalization if that were a concern, but often we don't if it's not regulated. And one of the questions I have is about NPDES permit. You would be required to reveal everything. So why is it that you don't have to if that goes here for fracking? It's a question that just occurred to me as I read through this report, and even in our previous meetings. I kind of wonder, well, but the regulations aren't part of the analysis. So that leaves us with the question that was asked earlier: who's in charge of what? How can you put something down a sewer? If you were doing that in town, you'd have a sewer use ordinance that would say you either tell us what it is or you deal with it in-house and don't put it in the sewer. So there's those kinds of issues as well. And even groundwater can pulse. Things, pumps turn on and off. Somebody next door turns a big pump on and the level drops and there's a pulse of stuff that could go in. So you could have pulses even within a well where you think of that changing over geologic time, but that can change in hours if you turn a pump on.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, I think we're going to move to start to try to summarize some points that have come out in the discussion here. And I will turn to Peter. He's taking some notes. I've been taking some notes as well. And let's see what you have, Peter, in terms of some key points.
Yes, Dave, you're correct. I've been taking notes. They're pretty fragmentary right now, so I'm going to be talking to a lot of people who've been commenting on this to pull this together. I don't really have anything to add in terms of summary at this point.
Shot at putting some ideas out there I heard, and Peter, you could respond, and others too. We heard a number of people talk about in Chapter 1 explaining better the scope and providing more of a rationale for what was included and especially what was not included. There are statements to that effect, but there seemed to be some feeling among the panel here that could be explained better. We also heard several people mention that the goals could be stated more clearly, that the goals were more than reviewing literature, that there were other kinds of assessment activities performed, and the comment was made that was presented more clearly today in the presentation from EPA than comes across in the report. So clearer statement of goals. There were several discussions about the statement of objectives, including frequency and severity, and that the challenge of addressing that, given so much uncertainty. And what I heard was that perhaps there should be more acknowledgement right in the front here about that challenge, about the challenge of addressing frequency and severity, given difficulty with acquiring quantitative information about many aspects of the water cycle. Let me put this out and then folks can disagree, correct? There was several comments were put in the context of explaining better for a general audience. And so there's an issue of explaining terminology there. Jeff Friston asked, did the glossary and footnotes work? And we can comment specifically on that. We get into writing things up. But there were other parts of that discussion were there was one comment about the social engagement, social acceptance, the role of that in assessing potential impacts on water quality. Paul Westerhoff pointed out there are different factors that govern social acceptance of water quality, different definitions of it in different places from a social context. Maybe that deserves a bit more discussion, the social engagement, social acceptance aspects. We heard about, from several folks, about being more clear in the introduction about the three-dimensional nature of the process and evaluation of its impacts. We heard from several people about the issue of timescale. The timescale for the hydraulic fracturing activity itself, the timescale for the life of the production from the well, and the timescale after the production period, and whether perhaps that should be, well, timescale should be discussed more in the front end of the report here. We had some discussion here about the thinking about the various processes in the context of exposure assessment and risk assessment, and I believe the report is pretty clear in the front end that exposure assessment and risk assessments were not conducted, yet this information presented in the report will help inform future research and development around exposure and risk assessment. And Perhaps there's a way to call out, not only in these early chapters, but as we go through other chapters, and this is something for all of us to think about, call out in the report or flag places where issues are relevant to exposure assessment and risk assessment down the road, recognizing that that's not part of this this report. I think those are some things I heard. And Peter, any response to that? And then we can open it up for other views on what I just rolled through.
That was a useful overview of the comments. I think it matches roughly what I've got down here, so I think I'm in good shape.
Super. Anything I misstated, omitted, muddled? I see a couple. Dean.
Yes, thank you. One of the comments that I heard talked about was with regard to section 1.5 and the intended use of the document. And there was some discussion during that, which I thought was very useful and valid, regarding best practices. And I know and I understand that this document is not to be used for setting public policy, but it does seem that we're skirting the boundaries of informing those who will set public policy, and to the degree that best practices, or in fact worst practices, can be discussed and set as part of the expectation of the document, I think that would be very useful.
Thanks.
So just going through my checklist of the notes I was taking, so one thing that you might have missed is a discussion of the regulatory guidelines that are taking place. So that was a point that was made and not on your list. And then the issue.
Kathy, you mean the who is responsible for what?
Yeah. So who made the comment about regulatory? Okay. So.
Yeah, who's responsible for what? And gave you a table just listing some of the state regulations that are now. Maybe a table just listing some of the state regulations that are present today and in force that weren't there 5 years ago, to show how more protection is being regulated for the environment. And the part the mic wasn't on for is just who's responsible for what. After this scenario, is it the state's responsibility? Is it the private individuals? Is it U.S. EPA? That was a very confused issue this morning.
Yeah, perhaps there could be some general discussion of that, but if you really started to undertake to make a compilation of regulations in different states, that could unwind to a pretty complicated.
How about a list of references?
Yeah, so maybe something could be done. Kathy, I cut you off. Please continue.
Yeah, so I was just trying to help with the checklist I took, notes I took. And so then the other issue that I think maybe wasn't on your list was a discussion of radioactive material. And so that was missed on your list. And everything else, I think, your notes are my notes. So.
More on what Scott was just talking about. I think I agree completely with what you're saying. I think a distinction also between Clean Water Act and Safe Drinking Water Act would be a good idea for the general public. Mm-hmm. Distinction between those two and what they affect, who enforces them, and just a nice tight little paragraph, I think would go a long way to tell the general public. Thank you.
That's a very good suggestion. Those of us who think about it daily, we kind of know the differences, but yeah, that's good comment, Richard. Kathy, is that still up down there? Is Laura?
One thing I have in my notes is that several of the first commenters talked about acknowledging failures.
Scott?
I'm struck by a couple of things that Abby said. One was chronic and acute. And when you look at the chapter on water acquisition, to me, as an earth scientist, I look at different time frames, and the acquisition of water for fracking, to me, is a short temporal issue. It's a number of years for a certain region or for a county. If it's surface water, it's probably going to be overcome in the next year's water cycle or 2 years water cycle when major storms may fill the reservoir, or if you're in California, probably not. If you're dealing with groundwater, and this is a distinction that I think should be made, unconfined aquifers, ones close to the surface, get their replenishment from rainfall that infiltrates. So they get replenished pretty quickly. Whereas confined aquifers that aren't exposed to the land surface, any replenishment has to leak vertically down into them or be received where they crop out, which could be hundreds of miles away. So in terms of chronic, acute environmental impacts, to me, a confined aquifer that gets depressurized is a big problem. Whereas an unconfined aquifer that loses 5 or 6 feet of water level over an area, 10 feet, depending on how thick it is not nearly as severe a problem. So there's a temporary component in there. And that gets back to the time scales of things.
So confined aquifer is a sensitive resource. And the time issue again. Okay, we're going to have to close discussion on this pretty soon, but let me go to Casey. Were you about to say something, Casey? And then we'll go back to Kathy, who just had another thought.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to Scott's good comments, and that is, if you're talking about a confined aquifer, you're also talking about potentially much larger spatial scales because of the storage mechanisms that's operative. So I think that's a point worth emphasizing.
Thanks, Casey. Kathy.
So just picking up on Scott and reminding myself of one of the things that I did note that might need to be added to the background is more of a discussion of the aquifers or the watersheds, and not, I felt like that was missing from the background section. So.
Again, there are lots of references on that. There are a lot of references on that. The U.S. Geological Survey has a whole, there might be 20 of them, portfolios that the public has access to that talk about the water resources of different regions of the United States. It's a highly graphic presentation that would be easy for the public to pick up on. And those could simply be cited or a couple examples presented. To do each and every one is encompassing.
Okay, Joe, final comment here.
Just as a follow-up, since we got back to this, I do want to reemphasize what I said earlier, a little bit more information about the basis for the definition of drinking water resource as used in this report in particular versus other reports. There should be some explanation of that.
Important point, thank you. Okay, excellent. Thought the juice is flowing here, and we touched on some topics that will be quite relevant for other charge questions. Let's move to charge question 2. Charge question 2, let me read it. The scope of the assessment was defined by the hydraulic fracturing water cycle, which includes a series of activities involving water that support hydraulic fracturing. The first stage in the hydraulic fracturing water cycle is water acquisition. the withdrawal of ground or surface water needed for hydraulic fracturing fluids. This is addressed in Chapter 4. Then there are 5 questions posed, sub-questions posed here. Does the assessment, question A, does the assessment accurately and clearly summarize the available information concerning the sources and quantities of water used in hydraulic fracturing? B, are the quantities of water used and consumed in hydraulic fracturing accurately characterized with respect to total water use and consumption at appropriate temporal and spatial scales? C, are the major findings concerning water acquisition fully supported by the information and data presented in the assessment? Do these major findings identify the potential impacts of drinking water resources? Are there other major findings that have not been brought forward? Are the factors affecting the frequency or severity of any impacts described to the extent possible and fully supported? Are the uncertainties, assumptions, and limitations concerning water acquisition fully and clearly described? What additional information, background, or context should be added or research gaps should be assessed to better characterize any potential impacts to drinking water resources? Are there relevant literature or data sources that should be added in this section of the report? Most of the subsequent charge questions have the same structure. Charge question is up on the board as we proceed, and the lead writer for charge question 2 is Beth Boyer. I'll ask Beth to take some notes here. We'll attempt to summarize some key points as we move into the end of this hour. And we have lead discussants Beth, John Fontana, Dan Good, Steve Ranke, and Jim Sayers. And why don't we start with Beth?
Okay, thank you. These are quite some charge questions. It'll take a while to get through these. Chapter 4 focuses on the portion of the defined cycle on water acquisition, the withdrawal of surface and groundwater needed to support hydraulic fracturing processes. The goals were clearly stated, but I did want to reiterate that though outside of the scope of the goals, which are focused on drinking water, potential effects with regard to drinking water, that a number of public commenters again raised concerns about the need to consider impacts of water acquisition for fracking with its effects on aquatic life and ecosystem services, particularly in regard to small streams. So again, we could acknowledge that what the scope is and isn't here in this section. Skipping to Part A there, does the assessment accurately and clearly summarize the available information? To achieve their goals, EPA reviewed publicly available data on sources of water used for hydraulic fracturing from surface waters, groundwaters, and reused wastewaters in Section 4.2. I do believe that they accurately and clearly summarize the available information, but further considering accuracy and somewhat speaking now to the next section 2, Section B there, with regard to accuracy, the limitations of data become very clear here as a limiting factor in being able to understand properly the role of water acquisition. Many public commenters, as well as EPA themselves in this report and the writers and some committee panel members, all noted the gaps in the available data to assess water use. And there were numerous concerns expressed with the heavy reliance on the industry-supported frac-focused database that we've heard about already today. But I thought that the EPA did a good job with the information that they had to work with in terms of summarizing it. In terms of how they summarized it, they considered the amount of water used per well in Section 4.3 and cumulative water use and consumption estimates at national, state, and county scales in Section 4.4. They also considered some case studies that I'll speak about in a minute. Some reviewers noted the inaccurate use of the term cumulative, suggesting that it be replaced with the term total use throughout the chapter, which I agreed with. EPA considered water use for hydraulic fracturing on a state-by-state basis in 15 individual states where fracking currently occurs, and they consider the potential for hydraulic fracturing water withdrawals to affect quantity and quality in certain localities within those states. I really did like and commend EPA on the multi-scale approach used throughout this chapter. They tried to tackle things nationally by summarizing data or extrapolating from those 15 states to thinking about something more broad. They looked at the statewide data where they could, relying again on information from the Frac Focus database. They looked at modeling studies at river basin scales and individual watersheds within certain states, and of course the state and county information themselves, which were summarized. Thinking about the case studies, there were several used to quantify how water withdrawals might affect the short and long-term water availability, so really trying to get at some of the time scale and storage questions in areas experiencing high rates of hydraulic fracturing. For example, they focused on the Susquehanna River Basin in Pennsylvania on page 435 and the Upper Colorado River Basin on page 431. And they determined that those river basins are not currently experiencing water imbalances from the water withdrawals directly from the hydraulic fracturing operations. These studies demonstrated that many local factors and local heterogeneity explains whether or not the imbalances will occur generally, and highlighting the importance of localities in thinking about these conclusions. One limitation was that with only a few river basins under study, the contributing factors such as climate, geology, management couldn't be fully explored, as EPA noted in the document. One panel member who is not commenting here, Scott Baer, noted that there are several places in the chapter where a time frame, such as a year or a month, needs to be added to put the numeric values in the proper perspective. And overall, a thorough pass looking at those kinds of issues of units and time frames being clearly noted is one area for improvement. Several of the public comments expressed concerns with surface waters taken from small rivers or streams, yet EPA noted in here that they couldn't find any published peer-reviewed studies showing effects at a real small stream kind of level. It should be noted more clearly that the stresses on water resources are expected to be really transient, very temporary, and very local in scale, and not to understate the potential for localized problems. I found myself thinking about how I would attack looking at this with my suite of models that I use, looking at water balances from national to regional to watershed to hill slope scales, and thinking that, of course, we would probably all expect to see that the water used in these operations was pretty insignificant or trivial in respect to or with regard to the water available. But yet, I could see cases where there would be impacts at a local level. And I'm thinking about now down to some of the needs with what additional information could be used. There are states who are doing permitting, like in Pennsylvania, where they're thinking about questions about when flow should be taken from streams using discharge calculations for streams like low flow statistics, Q10, Q25, things like that. There are anecdotal information we hear from our friends at Cooperative Extension in the land-grant universities, how they are keeping qualitative databases, if you will, about people who are calling and saying things like, a truck pulled up and filled their truck with water from my pond and it's dry. And so I'm wondering if there are databases that may not be peer-reviewed but may be credible from the states, from the land grants, where at least some paragraph could be added about the potential for localized problems and the fact that some are occurring. Let's see here. Thinking about number C here, the major findings concerning water acquisition being fully supported by the information and the data. Further, thinking about the time scale, again, is important. EPA concluded that the water use is small, usually less than 1% compared with total water use and consumption at the statewide and county and national spatial scales, and that the potential for impacts on drinking water resources was greatest in areas with high water use, low water availability, and frequent drought. And they noted an example where this would be problematic. For example, a study in southern Texas where there's a lot of demand from the dense array of natural gas wells tapping the Eagle Ford Shale, and there isn't much of a water supply available. And groundwater there is causing change in water storage and drawdown of the local water table. And I wanted to point out that there were some particularly useful public comments from hydrogeologist Bridget Scanlon toward clarifying that section. That was really nicely done, both in the EPA report and in her comments. Thinking about parts D and E here, the uncertainties and associated additional information that could be added to the report, EPA did a nice job of discussing uncertainty and limitations in section 4.6. Again, the case studies demonstrated that local heterogeneity in factors determine the water imbalances at local sites, and these anecdotes from other data sources might be useful things to add. At the watershed scale, again, there were some issues with being representative with the case studies and talking more about how you would get toward a representative understanding of river basins across the country could potentially be added. I know it's harder to do than just saying it. But some things that really struck me are that even at the regional scale, of course we expect it to be very hard at the local scale and the watershed scale or the river basin scale. But even our regional scale data are so horribly problematic that I thought it might be worth really adding something substantial here about why we're relying on frac focus and why our public agencies like USGS, who's has these water censuses and water use information, are really not useful toward this kind of analysis. And it got a little bit of writing in the report about the fact that the water use category that USGS collects on mining doesn't specifically parse out the role of water used for fracking, and therefore it isn't used in this report. But yet we see over and over again how much those data, which the public would think, go to the USGS water census or water use for the nation by county, and there it would be. Yet it's really not useful, not just for that reason, that it doesn't parse it out, but because of inconsistency in how it's reported over time within a state, a particular category, any of them, mining or any of the others that you might compare it to, and how inconsistently the data are reported between the states. And so it might be worth making some recommendations if fracking is here for the nation, for the future. What data should be collected by our public agencies? How could USGS change their reporting of water use? How could states work with the USGS to compile some information that could be useful toward assessment in the future in terms of broad water use categories? And also thinking about how that relates to the different kind of information that's available in frac focus, like, for example, water used in a particular well, fracking operation. And so it would be nice to talk about needs in both of those kinds of time and space scales. I'll turn it over to my colleagues who had some excellent comments in their written reports. Thanks.
Thought he said, go on. Okay, so I'll try to, while I go through this, not to duplicate what Beth went over, and also try to not get to some of the nitpicky, more grammatical kind of thing. So I thought the report did a good job of characterizing and classifying the different types of water sources available for use and consumption, and points out those differences, and also points out while overall, nationally there appears to be plenty of supply for conducting hydraulic fracturing, it's clear that in a small percentage of areas, in particular at the county, sub-county levels, there is potential for impacts from the combined uses of all these different sources, from the sources from combined impacts, or from combined uses, I should say. The report includes references on the use or reuse of water, as well as non-drinking water sources, brackish waters, that could lessen the impacts, have lessened the impacts in some areas by reducing that need for fresh water. I like the footnotes again. I mentioned explaining the industry terms and the relationships that for the reader that would be less familiar with these topics. I thought those were really well done, and a lot of that, although there may be areas where that could be improved, but Going to regarding the quantities and used and consumed water, it's clear in the report there's competing uses, and especially in more arid parts of our country, but also at local and spatial scales, and that irrigation is one of the larger competing uses for the source of drinking water. Since the data is available mainly at the county scale and larger, it's really limiting the ability of the report to distinguish those smaller scale local impacts, but that's made clear in the report and explained, I thought, very well. Major findings concerning the water acquisition, are they fully supported by the information in the data assessment? I thought that major findings identified the major sources of water use, types of sources, the range used in a well and nationally, the regions and types of regions and conditions where potential for impacts may occur. Other major findings that may have not been brought forward. The section on quality of source is very brief on the topics of water types used. Fresh water is described as the most common water type. Reuse of water, which should really also state that it includes, I believe, the produced formation water, because of the issue of reused flowback mixing with produced water. That is described in there, but I think it needs to add that produced formation water. I think the section would benefit by an expanded discussion on the technologies for reuse of produced water or other non-drinking sources. Most areas really show that there's a very low percentage of reuse of these other sources. However, locally, some areas are in the 5 to 20% range of reused water, and in particular, Colorado, Garfield County, the Piceance Basin, 100% of the wastewater is used for hydraulic fracturing. The reason for that is that area is really, it's not a shale gas area, but it's a tight sand area, and it's much more mature than the shale gas plays. It's been around for a long time. All the operators have been unitized. They've put in their own basic plumbing systems to improve this. They've had the time to put this system together to completely reuse all of their wastewater, which is a big part of its produced water from those sands. They get a lot more water. It's a little better quality than a lot of the super highly saline stuff that we see on the East Coast. But I think that could be emphasized as just a, when other areas look at this data, that could trigger more of that kind of activity of reusing that much water. So basically, maybe in text box 4-4, that could be expanded upon. So are the factors affecting the frequency or severity of any impacts described to the extent possible? The report describes there have been no direct impacts from the acquisition stage that can be directly attributed to the withdrawal of water for hydraulic fracturing. But the combination with other uses and drought conditions may have caused some impacts to availability. Again, this is going back to really it's a localized problem, and the general data isn't there, and I think that to evaluate it. And when you're talking about competing resources or users, you have that becomes, of course, an issue with water rights and all kinds of things on who gets to use that water first. So the report does thoroughly, I think, explain the potential for impacts and the types of conditions that warrant both caution, both quantity and quality impacts at very local scales. And I think that helps states and local agencies prepare for that better. It proposes water management in these areas that may be able to help reduce those potential impacts, which I think, including the use of non-drinking sources, as some of the examples shown, could really help out in other areas that are having difficulty with this. Of course, the major limitation here is the lack of available data at these real local scales. I thought that even though the report was to be a national in scale type of assessment, I thought the EPA did a really good job of taking it down as to the smallest scale they could do that was available at the county level. I didn't really expect to see that because of what the original goals were, but I think from the previous meetings they saw that was necessary, and looking at the data they saw that was necessary and did a good job of that. The cumulative use consumption at the county scale in section 4.4.2, I saw the difficulty they had using the available data. Frac Focus database starts in 2011, and the most current USGS census they had was 2010. This created kind of a confusing issue when I first looked at it, and I understood what the reasoning was, but when they had to use those two data sets to compare the percentage of hydraulic fracturing water used to the amount available. And in certain cases, you have percentage of water used greater than 100% of what was available. That to me was confusing, and it's likely due to those areas where a lot of hydraulic water is being used for hydraulic fracturing, and the use increased, but it could have been increased from other sources. It would obviously be better if there was a way to compare the 2011 to 2012 Frac Focus usage data to 2011-2012 average total water use, but that's not available. Since we should have 2015 data come up from the census, I thought maybe updating this or coming up with an average between those two would improve the confusion with those numbers. I think there were usage numbers as high as 350%, which of course you can't use.
Dean, if I could ask you to
350% of what's 100% available. So that could maybe be explained a little more in the reason for those high percentages of usage numbers.
Dean, if I could ask you to hit whatever key points you have left.
Okay, I'm going to just, the others are some real detailed little things. I'll say just one thing I thought our group at least could think about recommending is units throughout the Chapter 4 water quantity. Units are reported as millions of gallons or billions of gallons. And I know what a gallon looks like. We saw a couple of them sitting up here a little while ago. But I really have a hard time visualizing a million or a billion gallons. Is it the size of this room? Is it, the size of the building? Is it, 1,000 feet of the Potomac? More commonly in water usage literature, they talk in acre feet. And I know about how big an acre is, and I know how deep a foot is. I have a picture of that in my head. So 325,000 gallons is 3 acre feet, and a billion gallons is about 3,000 acre feet. I would like to look at that as an option for some, in some areas of the report where that might give people, again, for readability, an idea of how much water we're talking about in a particular case, even swimming pools or football fields, that kind of thing.
Thanks, Dean. If I hope the next three lead discussants can leverage some of the information given from Beth and Dean, and I could ask all lead discussants. Let's try to keep focused on key points and highlights. When we break into writing teams, we'll have time to drill down more. We have about a half hour left on this charge, and I want to get to other panelists. So, Dan.
Yeah, I'll try not to take that personally, Dave. Thank you for that guidance. Really, I'd like to concur more or less with everything that Beth and John covered already. On question A about characterizing the amount of water used in hydraulic fracturing, I found this part of the report very informative, and maybe it's just because of my lack of knowledge coming into it, but really I learned a lot reading that section. I thought some of the graphics were great and very helpful. So I'd give them an A- maybe on that question. And the one thing that I would like to raise, and this will come up again, is that I felt like they missed an opportunity in the use of the well file review to provide very specific information from industry, and that resource was not fully utilized. In the progress report, we were told that
the great importance of the well file and that it was a secondary source of information for water use in hydraulic fracturing as well as many other topics. And yet it was hardly used in the final report here, mainly about chemicals that were going into the well. So that was a big disappointment for me. So would have been an A+ otherwise if that had been used more. Question B, scales. Basically, I concur fully with the discussion you heard from Beth and John, but also Scott mentioned earlier and probably several others. Personally, I think it was a waste of time to look at water availability at the national scale for hydraulic fracturing. That was a red herring. We never should have looked at that. Water use is local in space and temporal in time, as Scott mentioned. And I feel like there was a misplaced focus on even county scale water use. I noted in the presentation we had this morning, on the slide, it basically said that there's plenty of water at the national scale and the state scale. And I said, duh. And then only in the verbal comments was there a mention of the local scale. This is where problems for water supply happen. People have a withdrawal at a particular point in space. And if your withdrawal's in the headwater, and so is the hydraulic fracturing, they will have an effect on your water availability. So that, I think this study could have done a lot of pursuit of that by looking at information the states already have, but especially the industry has. As Beth mentioned, in the Susquehanna River Basin, the Commission requires flow past requirements in small streams in the headwaters. Industry is measuring flow. When it gets below a certain level, they stop taking water out at that time. Clearly, this isn't, if the Commission wasn't requiring them to stop, they would probably continue to do it. And so to me, that activity and that management, although that's great, and you could say everything is working, it clearly suggests that even in these humid regions, at particular points of space, at particular times of the seasonal cycle of water in the east, even a humid area, we're going to have problems with water availability, and it has to be managed. It's not, the potential is there, and if we're not carefully managing that, it's going to be a problem. So those temporal dynamics, local scale, on that question, was it looked at the appropriate scales? I would say C, maybe. Not really to me. Focus was in the wrong at larger scales, and annual water budgets. That's not really that helpful, I don't believe. Major findings. I think the scale comes up again there. I won't say more about that than my colleagues have already said. I think the major findings are pretty good, but this scale issue is not represented well in the major findings. Uncertainties and limitations. Again, I think that EPA could have focused more of their resources on collecting new information from the states and from industry that exists but is not in readily accessible databases. I thought that was sort of what the well file was about, but there's other sources of data that the state regulatory agencies have in boxes or industry has and is just not required to report at this time, that this study could have provided this original research, which would have been incredibly useful for the rest of us. Let's see, finally, on E, in terms of additional information, what could we be looking at? It's been said several times already, worth repeating. The lack of prospective case studies is a major deficiency of this study. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. And I extend my apologies to John for confusing you with your esteemed colleague across the way there. I can see you guys down there. I just was moving a little too quickly. Sorry, John. We'll move to Steve Ranke.
Thanks, Dave. And I think his comment was meant to me, and he made it before you, just so because he knows I'm a little wordy. But I agree with what my colleagues previously said, and I've made a lot of suggestions on this first thing, clarity and accuracy. Most of those are minor details, and I won't reiterate them here. I think This is clearly for multiple audiences. I think it did a really good job in a lot of the details and clarity and all that sort of thing, trying to reach those. But I would say the executive summary is really where to focus. You think of who is the executive here? It's basically the people and their representatives, and they're non-technical. And that really gets at the heart of a lot of what we heard this morning. You know, and in fact, I read that same statement that I think half the commenters said, and I said, well, yeah, okay, you know, it makes perfect sense. Well, no, not when it appears in the headlines, and that's part of the deal. We have to really be clear there, and it's difficult because they are non-technical, and it's very difficult to communicate. With that in mind, I saw, and here we're focused really on Chapter 4, but I took Chapter 3 with it as well, because a lot of that really closely interacted with regard to water acquisition. And there was a lot of talk about per capita use. I thought that's good because it relates to the people. The average person pays a water bill. They say, well, we use 90 gallons a day or per capita, something like that. But I thought it needed to be clear to take a step beyond that and look at the total water budget. And there were a lot of statements that didn't quite add up. I'm sympathetic with all the differences in units, and adding acre feet, that's what I grew up on, so I kind of missed that. But on the other hand, I realize it's already pretty murky with billions and millions and years and days, and so that gets pretty tough. I thought you did a pretty good job with that, but I also recommended reviewing that carefully for clarity for the average reader. The problem I had was not taking it the step further. The average person thinks they're using this 90 gallons per capita per day. That's probably 7% of their water use, because they're also using all this water. We grow food. There was a headlines in the New York Times said we're using 300 gallons per week per person. Every one of us, for the average one of us, for the food we eat, that's in California. And that's just one little tiny fraction of the water we use. This water that we're talking about is used by the public, right? It's supporting jobs and gas they use and energy. And we use water for all kinds of things. Irrigation, is huge. But that's the average person's eating the food. So I think that needs to be conveyed. We can talk about billions of gallons of wastewater per year, and that's right. It's a huge problem. We got a lot to deal with there, but as a fraction of the total flow, it's really tiny. And then there's this statement here and there about less than 1%. But I ran some of the numbers using some 1980 USGS data, which I think was actually a wet year compared to 2010. It's less than 0.1%, and that's of public water supplies. And then if you think that's less than 7% of total water use, as defined by at least previous reports by the USGS, and suddenly you're down to 0.0 something percent, and that's really tiny. And I think that gives another accurate picture that we really aren't using much water for this particular purpose, and we use a lot of water as a society for lots of other things that we all benefit from. So I think that needs to be clear. It's not to diminish the problem, but just to put it in the proper perspective. And in fact, some numbers I think are wrong. On page 8.4, it showed Texas producing 77,000 billion gallons a year. So if you divide that out, you get 12 billion gallons a day. That would be about half the U.S. water use. So I think there's a problem in the numbers, or maybe I screwed up. But anyway, I think some of those numbers need to be rechecked. A comment was just made about possibly having, Dan said, so if you got this demand up in the watershed, headwaters, and then that's where people are pulling water out and you're drilling, it affects the stream downstream. That also affects water quality, not just quantity, in very significant ways. In Kansas, we have places where groundwater is welling up out of the stream, putting in as much as 20,000 TDS from natural sources. That's why Salina, Kansas, it's saline because it's bubbling salt water naturally. So if you take out half the stream flow, that doubles your TDS. City of Topeka, every time they get a drought or low flow condition, or too many people in Nebraska turn on the tap, all of a sudden you've got red water, 100 milligrams per liter of chloride increase. And there's a lot of, and I thought that's another thing that we could add into the report. Cost is really ignored in a lot of places, but there are rules of thumb out there that could take that chloride level and say for every so many 50 or 100 milligrams per liter of chloride increase, which you would get maybe by taking water out of a given area, local area,
there are estimates of what that does in corrosion to a water system, what it costs in hot water heaters. These sorts of things are out there as rules of thumb by corrosion experts, which I'm not. I know enough to be dangerous, but those kinds of figures would bring that home again to the average citizen. Okay, that's how much would that increase your water bill if we have these kinds of problems. I really did like EPA's broadening out the definition of drinking water resources. I thought that thing's 40 years out of date. It made good sense back when RO was just an idea, or the first ones were in somebody's lab. We're doing seawater RO for water supply around the world. Yeah, actually doing it. They're in operation. Now that's 30,000 TDS. And there's a journal on produced water resources, right? So there are people talking about using that for a source of drinking water or other things. Now I realize that the pressures are too high, but I guess getting some investors that maybe probably should bet on something else. But and the comment was made here, some of these produced waters, we always think of RO as desalting. Yeah, if that's maybe for 30,000. Maybe you could squeeze a little out of there for 60, 70,000, but the pressures would get so high so quickly, you would never do that. And we see a range in Kansas. We have waters that are almost drinking water coming out as produced waters, and we have some that are 300,000. I mean, so there's just this enormous range of TDSs. A lot of those you're never going to touch with RO. Now, forward osmosis, sure. Okay, so there's an emerging technology. I thought on seismic activity, I only found one statement about it. Now, it's excluded. I realize we're not talking about earthquakes here. But the thing is that concern, which has been around quite a while, and now there's a lot of recent data out there showing this is real. We had huge amounts in Kansas, and they actually have guidelines for what you do. And the point here is that if that becomes a problem for disposal, 98% of your disposal is in wells. If that becomes limited due to seismic activity, there's again a need, at least for some projections and costs. And what is that going to do? If that increases the cost enough, maybe it'll just decrease some of the hydraulic fracturing. In Kansas, many of the applicants for wells actually pulled out of the state when the price of gas dropped in half because it's just not economical. So there's going to be some impacts of that. And I don't know that you can forecast all that, but at least it might be good to add a paragraph explaining that some of that's going to affect what numbers we see. I think I'll stop there.
Thanks, Steve. Jim Sayers.
Okay. I think from my point of view, this report, at least from a geographical standpoint, its coverage was probably the most comprehensive to date. It looked at 3 states in some detail and about 12 other states in a slightly more superficial fashion. It relied largely on published research, and because of that, I sort of view its findings as confirmatory rather than very illuminating. I share Dan's view of the limited value of the state and county assessments of water use. Stresses occur at local scales, whether it's stream flow alteration or aquifer drawdown. I think they regarding looking at issues at smaller scales, they did miss some recent literature that looks at sort of local scale effects of water withdrawals on stream flow, and they've also missed some literature that's addressed sort of stream habitat and stream ecology response to water withdrawals for hydraulic fracturing. I pointed those out in my detailed comments. And I'd also add that they spend a little time talking about frac water use projections into the future, out to more than a decade from now. I think that they should temper those projections with a great deal. They should explain that they should be interpreted cautiously because those predictions rely on lots of assumptions governing the future of oil and gas production that are pretty uncertain. Beth and the other reviewers talked about uncertainty, and the chief point area of uncertainty stems from sort of insufficient data, poor reporting. I agree with that, and sort of the lack of uniformity in reporting reflects differences in the regulatory landscape at state levels and even within states at intrabasin levels. And for that reason, one area that I think the report could be extended is to look at how the regulatory landscape varies and how that has affected the efficacy in safeguarding against freshwater depletion at local scales. Thanks, Dave.
That last point you made, Jim, you thought the report could be extended by looking at how regulations...
how regulations vary from state to state in water reporting, and how that in turn affects the availability of data and hence the ability to make inferences on the stress that withdrawals are placing on groundwater and surface water systems.
Thank you. Thanks, Jim, and thanks to all of our lead discussants. We'll open it now to the whole panel to comment on the water acquisition chapter. Joe DeGeorge.
So I'm just going to make a very brief one. I just want to point out that in this chapter I was actually impressed by the fact that there were qualifiers on the impacts included, which is something which is not noted in other chapters. I think that this was a best practice in the document itself. It did put some qualification saying this is a low impact or this has a higher impact on these conditions. That actually helps us as reviewers, and I think the public as well.
Thanks, Joe. Other comments related to charge question 2? Sherry Dunn Norman.
Yeah, this isn't my area, so I might be asking kind of a dumb question, but I just wondered why if there was any value to having like a state of regional modeling, groundwater model, hydrogeological modeling, because it's kind of talking around it, but never really mentions it.
I'm not sure, Sherry, what it is you're asking about. I will say there was, I think Beth was talking earlier about the USGS National Water Census. And I guess the thing I would say about that's actually what we're calling an initiative at the USGS. It's not a program that's been around a long time, but it is a initiative that Congress has supported to say that, as a nation, we need to quantify and keep track of our water availability, both quality of water and quantities. And there is and the two strong parts of that, I would say, one is improving water use data, working with the states and other agencies that collect water use information, trying to get a handle on consumptive use. We stopped reporting consumptive use, and here's an example where that ranges from 0 to 100% about, depending on where you are with hydraulic fracturing. The second big theme in that is using models to help with water availability in the future, especially with changing climate moving forward and population growth that was mentioned earlier. So that's a new initiative, and those that is a key program that's coming out.
Can I just follow up?
I'm not sure that answers your question.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning, models, but is it a model on a watershed basis? What do you mean by that? Because that's what I was thinking is like, do you model, is it appropriate in a situation where you're trying to evaluate the impact of hydraulic fracturing? Do you need a watershed model? Do you need some other smaller regional model? I don't understand. I don't have that feeling.
So in that program, there are watershed models primarily to evaluate how changing land use and climate will change the water availability throughout a basin. And, like a lot of things, we have a lot of data down at what we call the pour point, where, you're at the end of the major river and we have good records on the discharges and things like that. But So the uncertainty sort of increases as you go up basin to smaller and smaller areas. The variability increases, the uncertainty increases, and that's sort of what we're faced with in this project. Is a lot of the questions for an individual user is right here. Is there water available in this stream at the time that I need it? And there's a lot of uncertainty with that because of these scaling issues. But the flip side of that is that this program or this industrial activity gives us a real opportunity to ask the industry to measure these things. They're trying to use the water too, so it's important to them to work with them to improve at that scale where they use it. What is the water availability there? I see that as a great opportunity.
Thanks, Sherry and Dan. Steve Allman.
One of the things I wanted to bring up is that over the last few years, recent years...
Steve, could you pull that closer to you? I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Is that better? Is that if you look at where they're using a lot of the recycled water, it's typically in areas that are not really highly saline in a lot of cases. One of the things we've done over the years, just from an industry standpoint, more quite frequently, is the fluid technology used to successfully fracture is related to the stability of the fluid that you can make out of highly brined materials or the source water material. We're getting very good now at being able to use higher brine concentrations, so I think the numbers, maybe in some places it's 100%, in some places it's not. I think you're going to find that in the places that it's a really low percent, as the technology associated with designing fluids that are capable of running a hydraulic fracture treatment improve, which they have vastly in 2014 and even into 2015, you're going to see those numbers on reused water go up, because I can assure you, if we can reuse the water that's there, we have no desire to transport it and to move it or anything like that. Just fill the tanks back up again or reuse the water again. That's always the best way to go. But there's technologies that need to be put in place to be able to do that on all locations and stuff like that.
Thank you, Steve. Joe Ryan and Steve Ranke.
Thanks, Dave. So one thing I was noticing didn't seem to appear in this chapter was something about what the effect of water withdrawals would be on the cost of water. It might not, again, as this report or as this chapter concludes, it might not show up on the state level or even on the county level, but go one step down from there. And we have some anecdotal evidence in Colorado that has happened, and it seems like something that ought to be included here.
Thanks, Joe. Steve Ranke.
Sorry. Another cost would just be the drop in head. That's an easy one, right? 10 feet drop and so much, right, times the power cost and the head. That's it. So that would, again, convey it to the average person, what's going to do your water bill or your energy bill. Sherry's question earlier about the basin, and we talked about watershed. One of the huge aspects of this that is really handicapped by our history is groundwater surface water interactions. Those are huge in Kansas. We have relatively little surface water. People are pumping. So you have USGS doing all the surface water measurements in Kansas, and then the state is trying to do all the groundwater measurements. And so every time there's a problem, we sit there and we have their aspect and their view, and of course they're disconnected. So we do little projects trying to figure out how the water's moving back and forth. People have the Arkansas River. It looks maybe to some of you like the Arkansas River, but it's the Arkansas River. It's actually that river has been dry for 10 years running through Wichita because people had the legal, you have water law, right? So they say, well, I can dig a well, right? There's no limit on that. You just pump it. So they go into the bank and pump it and do it. They only took groundwater, but the river's dry. So there's one that went dry. It wasn't due to hydraulic fracturing. But those kinds of efforts are needed, and unfortunately we're not organized that way. Even the law is not organized that way. So we have some real issues getting scientists together to study those things and even settling this in court. And we have a lot of issues. And the other aspect of this with water consumption, water use, we're all worried about, well, what's this industry going to do? We have a lot of other industries that are having exactly the same issues in Kansas. Power generation, corn for ethanol, hog farming, or city of Wichita needs more water. They could have more industry if they could get more water. So what they want to do, they want to take it here and there or pump it or whatever you have. So those are all governed by water law, and hydraulic fracturing even isn't much of an issue in Kansas. Most of them went to Oklahoma, where it's a little thicker and more productive. But we still have all those same issues, just there's no big investigation or headlines. But there's a lot of experience there, I think, that relates to that kind of problem.
Thank you, Steve. Walt Huppert.
Thank you. Jeff, I was wondering if, and maybe I read it and just missed it, if there is a brief discussion about water use during the actual drilling of the well. A lot of operators will use fresh water until they get past the deepest source of drinking water and then case that off to make sure they protect that. But I didn't see that in the report. I didn't know if there was value in including that in the document somewhere. Thank you.
Thanks, Walt. Okay, I think we're ready to move to some summary comments, and I'll turn to Beth to lead us off.
Okay, I'll try to do this off the top of my head here. We heard a lot. I took a lot of notes, and there's a lot of good notes compiled already by the individual commenters that we'll go through carefully. Some of the major themes that we heard were of scale in space and time, that it may not be so meaningful to emphasize anything at the national scale. And at the county scale, maybe, but at best that would be the biggest where it's really important. And so de-emphasize regional scales as a focus of this section and instead shift some of the emphasis to more importance on local effects. We heard a lot of good ideas about how things could be clarified and expanded. We heard a lot of good ideas about additional sources of information and data that could be useful. Even if it can't be added to the report at this stage, it could give a nice platform for agencies in the states and at the USGS in their new emerging initiative on the water census about future directions that are needed in order to further understand this issue. I think that's it.
Anything else, Beth? John, Dan, Steve, Jim, anything to add? Key points to add?
Just a unit thing that I use in class. We have this big football stadium. If you fill it 10 feet deep, it's 30 million gallons of water. So you could point to any stadium, an average football stadium, 10 feet deep with water is about 30 million gallons.
Ohio State's not an average football stadium.
No, let's not get into...
Not compared to Yale, no.
Let's stay away from policy and controversial topics. So we did have discussion of units, and it was suggested by several folks, acre feet, at least in some locations in the report, might be useful. Or a table, yeah.
I guess one other thought there was some kudos to EPA for their use of the case studies within that were really quite useful and quite relevant in this section. And as the comments unfolded around the table, I was thinking about those boxes that describe those and about how those could be broadened. Like, for example, modeling and hydrogeology was in there in those case studies and was done in this context, I assume, or presume from what I read. And that could be expanded upon to address some of the comments that came up about how EPA is using that information in this assessment to think about the localized effects, hot spots, hot moments in space and time. Thanks.
A couple other things I picked up here. There were some comments about the opportunity in the chapter to explain a little better why some data sources were used and not others. And I know there is some discussion of that, but the reliance on frac focus and just a few other resources when there are lots of other potential data sources, but we heard about some limitations of those. And we also heard some discussion about the units are related to it, but putting doing a better job of putting into perspective the water use compared to all the other uses that we use. We heard Steve Ranke talked about the per capita number, which helps people think about scale, but there are other metrics that we could provide to give further perspective. Dan Good brought up a couple times related to the comment about resources used and not used, about the well file resource that was discussed in the progress report stage, and it didn't have much of a visibility here, and suggestion that maybe some words about that, why it dropped off in interest. Jim Sayers offered the view, in the context of kudos to the agency, that this is the most comprehensive assessment of water use for hydraulic fracturing to date. I don't know if folks share that, but that might be something we want to say if people agree upon that. Joe DeGeorge pointed out that this chapter discusses impacts more so than other chapters, and that might be something to note too, if we agree upon that. We had various discussions of bringing out the role of water economics in so water acquisition can affect cost of water, availability of water for other uses and associated costs in the power industry, and perhaps that merits a little bit more discussion in the report. So I'll throw those out as potential topics. Anybody have any reaction to those that Beth just mentioned or I just mentioned? Steve and Scott, I presume, are you waiting to comment? Sue's waiting to comment.
Yeah, but it wasn't in reaction to what you said necessarily. It was kind of more in reaction to Beth. So.
Okay. And what would you like to add, Sue?
Well, I was just kind of thinking about this from the public's point of view, and the point that Dan Good made about why would you even look at it at a national scale? You know, that's not where you're going to see it. You might want to look at it at a national scale if you're someone that doesn't know as much about hydrology as he does, you know what I mean? So I think the reviewers should think about it a little bit from that point of view. The other thing I was thinking a little bit about, and I can't remember if it's in this report, is just that, you know, most of our water use we're recycling the water. You know, the agricultural water goes into evaporation and comes back down. But from a public's point of view, there was a lot of concern in some of the letters about this water disappears, you know, that it's gone. So, I mean, I just don't know if that came into this report at all, and in this chapter rather at all, and just that idea that it is different in that respect.
So Sue's saying they're pushing back a little bit on a previous comment that there is some value into national scale comparisons, even though recognizing that the impacts are local. Some people will find that maybe a useful framing.
Yeah, it helps prevent this idea, you know, California's going to fall into the ocean if there's an earthquake. I mean, you know, it isn't that big on a national level. We're not going to run out of water by fracking. So I think that's an important perspective.
Dan Good? I think I heard my name a couple times. Obviously there is some value there with national summary, of course, but California is a perfect example. The United States has plenty of water. That doesn't really help people in California at the moment, right? So that was really my point. It's not I'm saying that you need to excise the discussion on the national scale, but it doesn't need to be on the slide. What needs to be on the slide is, you know, we don't know enough about the local effects and the seasonal effects. That was really, the focus, I think, is out of balance a little bit.
Very good. Excellent discussion. We will break now until 3:45. We will reconvene at 3:45 and work on charge question 3. We can consider that to be 4:45 to 5:45. That will be our general plan. So charge question 3, it's up on the board. This charge question, structured much like the last, is focused on the chemical mixing stage in the hydraulic fracturing water cycle. And the second stage is chemical mixing, the mixing of water, chemicals, and proppant on the well pad to create the hydraulic fracturing fluid. This is addressed in Chapter 5. There are 4 sub-questions here, and they are very similar to the previous. Does the assessment accurately and clearly summarize available information concerning the composition, volume, and management of the chemicals used to create hydraulic fracturing fluids? In Part B, and it's multiple parts the same as before, are the major findings fully supported? Did the major findings identify potential impacts? Are there other major findings that have not been brought forward? Are the factors affecting the frequency or severity of any impacts described to the extent possible? Part C pertains to uncertainties, assumptions, and limitations. Part D pertains to additional information. And we have a number of lead discussants here, so I'm going to have to ask everybody to be brief in your comments and just to hit the highlights and key points that you think should be brought out. And some of the folks aren't here, but most are. Bruce Honeyman is the lead writer here. We'll ask Bruce to take some notes and be prepared to summarize key points that come out in our discussions. And again, I emphasize if everybody could be brief. And we'll start with Steve Allman.
Okay, first I just want to give a kudos to the writers of the document. I thought the layout in the Chapter 5 of the mixings was really nicely put together and drastically improved over the first draft that we saw not too long ago. And I love the way they broke things down into the way that the overarching factors for determining the potential for a spill. I think they did a great job from that standpoint. And I put it into a sort of a logical progression. I'm a logical thinker when I look at it that way, so they did a great job from that. In terms of looking at specific sections, 5.2, I think that the fluid pumping process, it did give a good breakdown. What you should be labeled as fluid pumping process on a typical well, but doesn't really have or describe the actual mixing process, which is where a lot of actual leaks and spills can occur. Didn't really specifically mention the key processing unit on location, which is the blender. Blender, all fluids go in through the blender. All additives typically will go in through the blender. And as a matter of fact, typically a lot of the additives and mixtures that are put into that fluid are not done during the pumping process, but they're done days and sometimes weeks ahead of the actual job itself, getting the tanks ready. Not quite so much anymore as it used to be, because now we use a lot of liquid gels on the fly and stuff. In a lot of cases, we still actually mix a lot of additives in the fluid system itself. The analysis of sources of leaks, I think, was well thought through in terms of the different hoses and stuff. Number one, that's probably the biggest point on location for that. At the end, I think that, and one of the things that was brought up earlier, as many as 59 stages, and I think that needs to be qualified as on a single well, because it was a little confusing in that particular sentence how it was written down there. I think some of the other things that were talked about on the acid standpoint, acid when it's brought to location, it says there's just pumped directly from the tanks. What was not mentioned, there's typically already surfactants and acid corrosion inhibitors, etc., in that tank before it's pumped. So there's not really a on-location spill of corrosion inhibitors because it's already in the tank, but you can have in low concentrations if you spill acid on location to have contamination on location with corrosion inhibitors and the actual surfactants and other additives that are in there. Sometimes they use scale inhibitors in there. Sometimes they'll actually put iron control agents and things like that were discussed from a chemical standpoint. There was a couple things not in there. Some of the materials that are used, typical, some of the gel stabilizers. I didn't see anything on the sodium thiosulfate and isopropyl alcohol, typically. But they're not typically used on low temperature wells, so that when you look at a lot of the unconventional wells, they're really lower than 225 degrees, which is where you start to add those materials. I think if you could reduce and clearly state that you don't use those in all wells, and specifically where you do, a lot of the unconventional wells, a lot of them, not all of them, are less than 225 degrees. Only a couple of ones that are higher than 225 degrees. The descriptions of the fracturing fluids are nice. I think what it doesn't really say is that it's becoming more of a trend nowadays to get away from the specific gelling agents like the guars and things like that. And they're going more to just a slick water. And slick water can mean anything from a really light gel system to a synthetic polymer material. They didn't say anything about the trends. I think that would be nice to show those trends. So I think that was sort of left out in the study from that standpoint. Let's see. And I guess because of the focus on unconventional wells, I think some of the treatment volumes on the more conventional wells is certainly a lot less than that. So the risk of having more fluids on location on unconventional wells is just prescribes a possible higher probability of a leakage of a significant volume because of the volume of materials that are on location. I don't think that was covered quite accurate enough. Just out of curiosity, I ran a quick calculation. 3 million gallons is equal to 150 fracture tanks, and if you look at the pictures that are in all the diagrams there, you'll never see 150 tanks there, because each time they run a different stage is to refill the tanks, pump again, refill, pump again. So I think that's a case in point. The gelling agents, they didn't really mention, surely hydroxypropyl-guar, carboxymethyl hydroxypropyl-guar, etc. I think maybe that should be added there. Those are the particular ones. They didn't mention the right, they mentioned hydroxyethyl cellulose, and very little, if any, hydroxymethyl cellulose is actually used in fracturing. I don't know how that got into there, but that's probably a misnomer. It should be HEC and not HMC. Let's see. Proppant is not stored in 220, 240 million pound tanks. Typically they're stored in large mountain movers on location. If we were to support and have 1 million pounds of sand or proppant on location in 220 pound, 240 pound vessels, you probably couldn't get them all on location. So they're typically pneumatically pumped into a large vessel. The characterization of that probably ought to be improved, and I gave a couple of references where you might go out and look at and show pictures of typically how sand is delivered and used on locations and stuff. I really like the fact that on the chemicals used in hydrology section 5.9, I think what is lacking a little bit is how we've moved away into more and more environmentally friendly materials, reducing the risk, and I'm sure that time frame was there. It said that we're actually making great strides in that effort as far as I'm concerned. Jeff and I had a discussion over the break that says we're hiring more chemists that are able to do more things to allow less materials and more environmentally friendly chemicals to be on location. A classical point is changing the solvents that typically are used from some of the petroleum distillates into more biodegradable, biocompatible type fluids for use in some of the makeups of some of our solvent systems and things like that. Those are fairly recent. Some of the biodiesels as opposed to the hydrotreated petroleum distillates are being used more and more now to reduce that. I didn't see a lot of mention of that in let's see. One of the comments that I think was interesting is that there's a lot of materials, and as a researcher, it's not really mentioned in this report, is that a lot of new materials have been brought forth, but they're not being used. The economic drivers for green chemistry is not really described, and I think maybe it should be discussed a little bit in the mixing when they're talking about the fracturing chemicals themselves. It's the economic driver is dollars per pound, and there's a disjointed relationship between the people that are making the decisions to use more environmentally friendly chemicals or safer chemicals along location and what's actually being used. The two people are, one guy has control of the purse strings, the other guy has control of the environmental efforts and stuff. So maybe a note of that in terms of the on some of the subsections there would be nice to have. And that's what I've got.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay.
Sherry Dunn Norman.
Sorry, thank you. I really did like this chapter too, and I just have a couple of quick things. Spills really, the Society for Risk Analysis some years ago came out and said that spills are the highest risk element in the whole process, although I haven't been able to find that article since. And so I just did a quick little numerical thing on just the numbers, and it seemed like that was supported. But the one thing that really bothered me in this chapter is figure 514. Figure 514 is really the total of all the releases by activity, and the chapter and the figure says that it's the caption indicates that it's displaying the spill volumes for 151 HF hydraulic fracture related spills, but on the previous page, line 1, the text states that only 125 of those 151 had reported spill volumes. So that needs some kind of attention there on that. And then I really think figure 514 needs to be better displayed in a histogram rather than a total volume, because to the casual reader, it's going to look like, oh, this kind of leak from this kind of spill from this kind of event is always this size, and that's really not the case. There's really a lot of much smaller spills, so I would strongly encourage you to change that, particularly in light of the fact that a lot of the other data in the chapter is like on chemical mobility is expressed in that way. Some of the chemicals in table 5.2 are used in food, like acetic acid. Vinegar is like between 4 and 18% acetic acid. And I wonder if the casual reader of this chapter is going to know that. And I wonder if the casual reader is going to realize that the food industry is the largest user of GWR. It's not hydraulic fracturing, it's the food industry. It's in ice cream, it's in ketchup. And I think it would really be helpful if we could note on this table somehow all those chemicals that are in food or in daily use products. Beyond that, I think there's a lot of emphasis in this chapter talking about potential pathways, but in particular, the one thing I want to point out is figure 519, because it relates to the specific case event, case 1, where there was a release that went down in a stream, and then it's speculated that it may have gone down into the soil, but the figure makes it look as if it did go down in the soil, and it did get in groundwater. And I really think that, again, it's highly speculative, and I don't think that's really in our best interest, because, again, the casual reader is going to have a hard time differentiating between speculative and thought and substantive evidence. And again, other things like, I think a lot of the things in fate and transport are also very speculative because we just don't have the studies in that. And really, I think the one other thing I think somebody else has mentioned too is that the releases that are cited in here and then later on, EPA has a table that's groundwater releases, and it's in my notes. And I think that putting the spills in a broader context would be helpful to a reader. But overall, I really like the chapter. I think it's good.
Thank you, Sherry. Kathy Bennett, answer.
Okay.
If you could move closer to the mic, Kathy. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? All right. I don't have a lot to add. I did learn a lot from this chapter and appreciated it. I did, as a statistician, I was sitting there wondering why we can't do a random sampling of information in frac focus and then really drill down and get more information. But that's just me wondering. I don't know if that's possible or not. Couple of specific comments. I thought that Table 5.3, which is a good summary by state in terms of the fracturing fluids, but I just don't feel that state level information is what's going to help us, because again, I'm thinking it's a local issue. And so anything that can be done to get that information down, organized in a different way, maybe by shale play or something. And then just listening to the conversations, I think it would be nice if we could get a time series approach to. I don't know if these 151 spills that are looked at, I don't know the temporal resolution of those, but if it is information that does, has happened over 5 to 10 years, then maybe understanding the transition over that time period would be good. And then I would just spend as much time as I could on looking at the frequency and severity of spills. And there's a lot of that in the chapter, but I think even more, as much as we can understand that, I think we're better off. And then I just also thought if this was an opportunity to highlight industry best practices somewhere in this chapter. And then again, I guess another thing that I appreciated about the chapter was the fate and transport of combination of chemicals. And so that's a little bit beyond my science base, but I did appreciate that as reading it. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Kathy. Next, Dan Good.
Thank you, Dave. So I guess following up with what Sherry pointed out about spills, being possibly the major water quality impact associated with hydraulic fracturing, I am not sure that the structure of the report following the hydraulic fracturing fluid water life cycle is really helpful in this particular regard, because it ended up splitting the spills into the chemical mixing stage and then in the flow back and produced water stage. And apparently some folks at EPA agree with that, because the EPA study report that was actually published on the well file, on the analysis of those spills, considered the 457 spills altogether in all of their figures and characterization. But then in this report, it's broken down into these two parts of the water life cycle. So I think it's a nice conceptual construct to help following the water, but I think in this particular case, which may be the most important case for water quality impacts on drinking water, that subdivision is not particularly helpful. So in this final report, the figures that are all presented about these spills do not appear in the actual report that EPA prepared focused on that topic, where there was all the figures are associated with 457 spills. For question B, actually B1, I guess. So this is question 2B1 or 2B2. Do these major findings identify the potential impacts to drinking water resources due to this stage of the hydraulic fracturing water cycle? Quoting from the report, in addition to limited information on chemical usage, we cannot complete a thorough assessment of the potential impact of chemical spills due to the limited information on actual spills. Another quote, there are documented chemical spills at fracturing sites, but a lack of available data limits our ability to determine impacts. So obviously the question is no. The report does not present a major finding about that. Synthesis section in this part of the report identifies 3 overarching factors: fluid characteristics, chemical management and spill characteristics, and chemical fate and transport. And maybe this is, again, just reflects the difference between our backgrounds, but I found the report essentially synthesized no new information about chemical fate and transport from spills. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. Bruce Honeyman.
Thank you. I want to go back to something that John Fontana asked earlier. So this, a quick calculation, this room is about 1 million gallons. And so, equivalent. So if you think about this chapter, which is basically the first part discussing industrial processes, this is about the amount of fluid that's moved in a base case for hydraulic fracturing. And of course it gets larger than that. One of the things that gets more specific comments later, but is that we talk a lot about fluid volume, but it'd be good where possible to look at that in terms of mass of the constituents that are being injected, because it's simply just not the carrier phase, it's whatever is in it. We don't really have a good assessment or feeling of what that is. An assessment of the potential impact of HF fluids requires a couple of different things. An accurate assessment of the chemicals used in the HF operations, and it's clear that only a small fraction of chemicals that are used are known well in any sort of meaningful way. There are on-site volumes. Now the volumes change in time and space throughout a fracking operation. So at any one time, to think about the risk imposed by materials on site, it's very difficult to ascertain what that is. The likely concentrations at the point of mixing, and also the effect of chemicals as they're mixed. In some ways, we're assuming that these chemicals that are mixed are behaving as conservative species, and I'm not really sure that we really know that's the case. Certainly, acid mixed with some of these other constituents could have a profound effect on the chemistry of the materials, and we really don't know. Well, I don't know what that is. We need real data on the effectiveness of containment strategies. There's very little about the effect of the industrial practice of containing spills. The authors of the chapter did note that the best way to avoid environmental contamination is to catch the spill straight away. Again, these are industrial processes. Presumably, these processes have been used in other venues, and there should be a good understanding of the efficiency of the capturing of these industrial processes. Steve Ullman talked about the mixing process. There's a lot of course, pumping, transfer of fluids, and so on. What is the integrity of the equipment? And again, it should be they've been used in other venues throughout this industry for a long time, so we should have a good sense of this. So I step back and I look at this from the stakeholder point of view and think, what would the people reading this want to know? So it'd be stakeholders like people who have been talking today, policymakers, and so on. Does it provide a way for us to think about the severity of a spill at a site? And what it does is it largely outlines the kind of things that we might expect, but severity is also going to be, of course, it's the frequency and then the impact in some way. Again, we really don't know how a lot of these chemicals will behave once they're in the environment. So the severity is largely unknown. I mean, how do we know what 10,000 gallons of methanol will do in an environment? We really don't know that. And finally, we need to know something about, I think, the response of agencies to spills. I get the impression by the table of spills that a lot of the activity for cleanup is done on site by the operator of the site. But it's not clear to me what the response actually is. I think also as a side, this is probably important for first responders that are responding to sites. If there are other hazardous material sites, it's clearly defined what is at the site. I don't know if that's the case on fracking operations. Then finally, about the fate and transport section, I found this to be a very odd section. It reads in some ways like a undergraduate textbook on fate and transport without leading to any conclusions. Table of KOW values is interesting, but the truth is that when we have a complex geomedia, large amounts of material entering the environment, that our ability to understand where materials are going to go by modeling is essentially zero. And I think that the response has largely been for operators to scoop up the materials that have gotten into the environment. But I think it would be fair to have in this section on fate and transport, I think a very specific statement about this state of the art of being able to look at the transport over large distances, mesoscales and so on, of materials in the environment. Because it gives the impression that we understand how materials will move, and we really don't. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Bruce. Richard.
Okay, thank you. Quick observation. So I like the chapter overall, chemical mixing. I learned a lot, new things. And it begins by just defining what chemical mixing is. But then I was reading, I see this on spills and mobility through the soil. So I think as a first step, it'd be good to expand just the title, of that chapter to say chemical mixing, spill prevention, fate and transport of chemicals. I think will be a good suggestion from my end, because that really helps outlay what you're going to talk about. And then I can quickly go through the rest of my comments. So for Part A, clearly summarize available information. I thought that was yes, and I'm not going to read all my sentence here, but I think it did a good job with that about composition management, fate, spills of transport, volume of chemicals used, and so on and so forth in these sections. Are there major findings concerning chemically fully supported by information? Data presented, yes. I said that was a yes. Does a good job. Explaining steps involved in hydraulic fracturing. Do these studies identify potential impacts? I thought that was a pretty good job of that. And then are the factors affecting frequency or severity of any impacts described to the extent and fully supported? I put a cautious yes to the extent possible. Are there uncertainties and assumptions, limitations, and fully described? I put yes. And this is pointed out a lot in this chapter. There are a lot of uncertainties, and I think that the chapter does a good job of talking about all the uncertainties, which we've heard a lot about today from many people. And then I spent most of my time about additional information, background, context should be added, or research gaps. So the EPA report describes important research gaps, limitations, available data, limitations preclude quantitative analysis of the likelihood or magnitude of spills. Spills that can occur off-site are missing. The data contain few post-spill analysis, so groundwater contamination may have occurred but not have identified. Surface spills related to hydraulic fracturings are not well documented in scientific literature. It's another huge gap. And there's also a large gap in biotransformation processes. Bacterial biodegradation occur, and in general, it's well understood. But for these particular compounds, it is not well understood and has not been studied, especially under different mixtures, different conditions. I think that should be added. So the conclusion that there was no impact, I don't think can be made because, one, there's no baseline data, which is very, very important to assess the impact of a spill. You need to know what's going on in the water first. There's no definition of impact. What does that mean? And just kind of talk around that, but there's no, it reads like an undergraduate manual, but what's impact? What is that? I think each of us would have a different definition if we're just especially off the street. And then there's no mention of any test performed for the contaminants themselves. So I think that's very, very important. Some of the chemicals are unique, so what tests are we doing? We need to talk about that. So in summary, the conclusion that there were no impacts to groundwater from chemical spills when there's little information on post-spill testing and samples. So I don't think really a solid conclusion can be made. The uncertainty section is well written and highlights those instances. Other research gaps to be addressed. The study does not and cannot bring together all the chemical, geological, toxicological, spatial, and longevity aspects of hydraulic fracturing concerning chemical spills. In order to fully understand the facts of hydraulic fracturing, I think a series of studies need to be undertaken that encompass different series of hydraulic fracturing chemicals, migration, biodegradation in situ, and for different geological formations, Barnett, Bakken, Marcellus. We also need better baseline data, on-site sampling, pre- and post-injection, and then long-term monitoring, maybe up to 5-10 years. So this may be a long-term problem. I didn't get a sense of, again, under that impact, how long are we measuring this? And then there's seasonal variations as also that occurs in groundwaters that need to be addressed to distinguish between an impact and naturally occurring seasonal variation in whatever parameter you're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Dean Maluda.
Yes, thank you. I'll try not to go over points from my predecessors with which I agree, but I do think that the chapter does a very good job of addressing the chemical concentrations, ranges of chemicals used, and so forth, and I like that. I learned a lot from it as well. The chapter mentions many of the steps that are being taken by industry to prevent spills or retard spills if they do occur, such as berms and liners and so forth. But many of the public comments that we received and some of the comments that we heard today really focus on the potential for spillage at other steps of the process, like before you get to the well pad itself. And as this is obviously on the mind of the public, I think it needs a little bit stronger addressing as to what the risks are there and how severe they are. And as we're talking about risks, while I do think that the chapter very adequately and fully covers the range of possible spill scenarios, what seems to me to be less well discussed are the likelihood or probability and the severity of occurrences or some indication of the occurrences that have occurred in the past. I do get a sense of total volumes that have been injected or are used in one of these frac jobs, and some noteworthy large examples, or almost outliers of large spills. But I would like to understand, what are the majority of spills? Are they small and easily remediated, or if they exceed standard preventive measures to deal with spills like this? None of us want to have spills, but I'd like to know how well contained they are and how big an issue this is. So let's see, I think Stephen mentioned earlier on the new and improving technologies and greener fluids that are being used. And that's certainly true in my own experience. And I was struck by a comment on page 5-48, citing a 2013 study, which by definition, obviously, the event actually preceded 2013, but I don't know exactly when it happened. And they talk about BTEX chemicals which were spilled. Now, I know from personal experience in a number of companies with whom I have dealt that these kind of chemicals are not being used anymore in a number of companies. What I don't know, and which I would like to have either confirmed or contradicted, is how widely BTEX kinds of chemicals or diesel fuels are being used in industry for fracking purposes. Furthermore, I think it's important to understand if they are being used or if they're not being used, that there's a difference between what goes into the well versus what comes out of the well, because there are a lot of chemical species that come out in the hydrocarbon stream, either from flowback, or more likely from produced section after the frac, where the chemicals coming out of the well are kind of toxic. So I would like to know which kind of, or which part of the scenario we're actually dealing with there, and I did not think that was clearly defined. And I think I'll leave my comments at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Casey Miller.
I'll try to be brief. What hits me from this chapter most of all is the complexity of the operation and the uncertainty that's involved. I thought it was professionally written, very well organized, but everywhere I look, there's things that would contribute to this. I think just an overwhelming uncertainty. We know that spills happen. We know that there's a very large number of chemicals that are involved. We know that there's chemicals involved that we haven't identified. There's evidently temporal shifts in the usage and the greening of these, but we haven't seen this nor have we quantified it. And then it kind of feeds into a comment that came out from the public this morning, and I think has been made several times, but I want to amplify it a little bit, and that is that there's no evidence of systemic problem. I think the reverse statement could also be made, and maybe that's a little severe, but if we don't monitor, if we don't observe systems, it's awfully hard to draw conclusions that I, as a scientist, would want to defend. I do agree very much with the comments of Dan about the occurrence of spills, the frequency of it, and that if one then starts to propagate this through and look at the effect of what those spills are, there's no new information on fate and transport in here. The section in here is brief. It's 15 pages or so. It's maybe generously called what you would find in an undergraduate text. There's no effort to even look at scenarios in terms of what systems would be linking to real geologies, what systems would be most at risk, nor any attempt really to quantify what those risks and what those uncertainties are. Listing them is one thing. Trying to do a careful quantitative analysis and leading order assessment of them is yet another. I did like the case studies that were added, but I even found the third case study somewhat unsatisfying in that in the end, after presenting the case study, they said, well, we really can't conclude anything. So I think I'll stop with that.
Thanks, Casey. Azra.
Good afternoon. I'll try to be as brief as I can. First of all, I would like to mention that EPA colleagues have established a very good database for comprehensive insight into total water volume used in hydraulic fracturing operations. So the data for this analysis in that section came from the Frac Focus Chemical Registry database 1.0 as stated in the chapter. So it is an early version, and the database has been established as a voluntary database. So it has missed a lot of the early applications of the hydraulic fracturing operations in the U.S. It has very limited data that complete voluntary to only a few states. Since then, there has been a lot of improvement, and accessing this improved database with more states coming in will give a much broader perspective overall U.S. hydraulic fracturing operations. Plus, some states specifically make it mandatory, so all hydraulic fracturing operations in some selected states, such as Colorado and Texas, it's mandatory to report all chemical composition. So in that sense, plus since then, Groundwater Protection Commission also has improved their database in terms of water, and as Frac Focus and Groundwater Protection Commission jointly involved in establishing the database, the updated version will give a much better transparency and much wider coverage of the entire United States. Speaking of the spill database, that data came from the Drilling Info 2012. Very similar comments I will make for the same thing. That a newer version of course, Drilling Info has up-to-date 2015 September-October data that we use in our research studies. So for that reason, updating that will also give a much better insight on spill applications. What I should say that this, the current database is only including 9 states, so it's a very partial from the spill perspective, and I find that an emphasis on conducting additional research, incorporating the larger populated database both for volume as well as spills will provide a much complete study. And it's a continuing, it will never stop, so the researchers should continuously update their database to come up a much more solid conclusion for their results for national perspective. The ranking of 20 most and least mobile organic chemicals using the physical chemical properties covered in Table 5.7 and Table 5.8 has a very much value toward the short and long-term potential impact of these chemicals on drinking water resources. But we should be aware that the way it is listed right now is not including too much the geological complications. We need to incorporate the rheological properties of fluids, all the rock properties, including porosity, permeability. The mobilization of fluid in subsurface is very much a function of the pressure, temperature, and on those conditions, rock and fluid property variations will take place. As well as it's not only one-dimensional as we are talking about, it is a three-dimensional operation, and therefore the rocks have anisotropy and heterogeneity. So understanding in detail the geological complications and anisotropy and heterogeneity in any region will make a big difference on how the fluid will be mobilized and how long it will take that fluid to reach to a different point on the earth. So in that regard, I would say that it is important to incorporate these properties also in this chapter. And one final thing, I know that we are not supposed to include toxicity into our analysis, but we do have toxicologists here among us. It will be very valuable, especially hearing this morning from the public comments and speakers that if we can include on these 20 most and least mobile organic chemicals another column and just inform public and us also how toxic these are and what amounts will result some health ramification, and also other relevant MSDS data that we always have when we are using any chemical. We have to have this information with us, so why not also include some of that information into this table? It will be valuable for everyone, including us and including public, that they can have a reference material that they can look. That also applies to all the appendix that lists a lot of the chemicals as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Azra. Tom Young.
the beauty of going last. So my expertise is in the area of chemical characterization and fate and transport, and so my comments really relate largely to that. Several people have already talked about the issue of severity of spills and the lack of information about that. And I want to point out one specific thing with respect to that, and that is that it's very difficult to find things that you don't look for. And if you look at the large list of chemicals that are in these fluids, and then you compare it against the list of things for which we have approved analytical methods in environmental samples, there's a very significant mismatch. And a particular example of that comes out in the case of the Killdeer study where tert-butyl alcohol was detected. And really that's just an accident of history, and that is we used to put MTBE in gasoline. TBA was a metabolite of MTBE, so we started looking for TBA at underground fuel tank sites, and so it's on the list of analytes, and it just happened to be detected at that site. So there's many, many cases where the compounds, even if someone bothered to sample after a spill, wouldn't have been detected in the water or soil samples because they wouldn't have been on an analyte list because no lab currently analyzes for them in any routine way. A second question, the charge questions relate to composition and volume of the fluids and the chemicals that are used. And I think we need to once again point out the incompleteness of frac focus. We know that it's voluntary in many cases. There's really no systematic effort to check the veracity of the data input, and we know that it doesn't include stuff that has confidential business information or proprietary characteristics. So we know that that's incomplete, and then they try to use that to assess the mobility of the chemicals in the frac fluids, and the problem there is that they're using estimation programs, in particular EpiSuite, which are really developed and work well for compounds that are primarily hydrophobic. They work successively less well the more polar and the more ionic the compounds are, and as a result, only less than half of the chemicals are able to be characterized using those prediction tools. But then they go on to present some histograms of properties of the compounds for which there were estimates that could be made, and then they sort of conclude that KOW is skewed positive, or log KOW is skewed positive for these compounds, but that histogram only includes 42% of the chemicals that they were looking at because they couldn't estimate the other 58%, and I suspect that other 58% includes chemicals that are more mobile because the ones that can't be estimated tend to be in that category. The one other confusion that I had in the presentation was there's a lot of places where they talk about the additives being less than 2% of the fluid, but if you look at methanol, the report says that Frac Focus reports methanol as being between 0.4 and 100% of the fluid, and a median maximum was 30%. 130 are both bigger than 2, and I think what they're doing there is saying that there's aqueous fluids and then there's all the other fluids, and so anything with more than 2% is in the other fluids, but then the way it's stated that it's less than 2% additive is a little bit misleading, because if it's 100% methanol, it's not less than 2% additive. I guess maybe it's less than 2% of non-methanol. And then one last point, just to follow on a couple of comments that people have made with respect to safer chemicals. And there's a section in the report on a trend to safer chemicals. And I think that those kinds of efforts are very positive, but I think that there's no real data to support that the chemicals that are the replacement chemicals are actually better. And we have certain examples in other spheres in which regrettable substitutions have been made, in which we replace a chemical with a chemical that we think is going to be better, but turns out maybe not to be so. So I think that there needs to be some assessment of the truth of the statement that the movement is actually towards something that's safer.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, well, we had quite a few lead discussions, and the good thing is we've covered a good chunk of the committee by going through that big group of lead discussions. But I'd like to open it up to other panel members for comments on this chapter and this charge question. And Paul Westerhoff, we'll start with you.
Yeah, a lot of the chemical listed here are actually polymers, and they talk about high and low molecular weight, but I think it would be interesting to kind of go beyond high or low molecular weight. Are these, 5,000 Daltons, 500,000 Daltons? Because from a drinking water perspective, that has a large significance in that really the higher polymer these are, the more difficult these things are to measure in a water treatment setting. So I think some understanding or some acknowledgement of a lack of understanding maybe of what the molecular weight of some of these things are would be important.
Thanks, Paul. Other questions? Abby?
I have some questions because the talks chapter relies on a lot of what's said here and is then used in the equation to try to rank order the chemicals. So I'm going to focus on frequency and severity. So the EPA tries to define and provide data for frequency and volume. By the way, I actually thought this chapter was really excellent for someone who doesn't understand, and the whole everything that EPA wrote in here was really helpful. But in terms of trying to understand how to use this information for the talks chapter later on, frequency is defined as the number of disclosures in FRAC focus. Did I get that right? Okay. So that isn't capturing severity or volume. Yet that's the number that we end up using in the talks section. So I went and tried to understand and looked up some FRAC focus numbers just to get an understanding of what's actually entered in. And I did think that they're scattered here and there, some explanation, but I do think that EPA might want to look at that again and see whether someone who doesn't know anything about FRAC focus would be able to understand what's in those, what's in FRAC focus, what's available. So when I did look at it, there were so in terms of just finishing up this concept of frequency versus severity or volume, so the case in point is table 5.2, where methanol ends up being percent of disclosure 72%, and water is 48% as an example. So I got confused because I thought isn't water by volume a lot bigger? But when you look at this table, you get this idea that made me question the validity of percent of disclosure or frequency as any accurate estimation of severity, which is what we really need to have to carry over in the talks. So then I looked at, so then what EPA tried to do is to calculate volume, but they could only do it for a handful of the chemicals that they could find density, because they had to convert what was entered into FRAC focus, which was mass, and then they tried to make some estimates to get volume, and there were they couldn't find density for many of them. But it gives you an understanding, and I looked at those numbers where they calculated the volume, and I looked at the frequency, and I provided in my comments just a graph in the histogram of how they don't necessarily correlate very well. So this was just a way for me to kind of fact find and get dirty with the data here and try to understand what's really here in an area that I'm not familiar with. So then I look on the FRAC focus, and they actually provide, and in the appendices they had these numbers of
milligram, let me look at this again here in this FRAC focus. They have two columns that are entered in FRAC focus. Maximum ingredient concentration and additive percent by mass, and maximum ingredient concentration in HF fluid. And it seems to me that EPA picked the maximum ingredient concentration in additive, which is why you get some numbers that are really high, like 60%, 50%, 100, and so they never add up to 100. They're really over 100. So there's something I don't understand about why EPA focuses on that number as opposed to the next column, which provides a maximum ingredient concentration as a percent of mass of the hydraulic fluid. So density aside, I thought, well, if you didn't have, the better surrogate was actually that number than frequency of reporting, given all of the uncertainties we have for everything else. And that maybe that might be something that the agency might want to, or at least I'd like to understand why EPA chose not to do it. There may be a really good reason that I don't understand, but that's they're going to have data for many more, because when I look at each of these FRAC focuses, they're there. You don't have to rely on having to have the density information, and it gives you a crude estimate of concentration, which I'm thinking is better than frequency of reporting and the other numbers that they had. So I asked the agency, or I'd like our comments to ask why that number isn't used to bring it forward to give us a better sense of severity.
Concentration rather than frequency of reporting.
Yeah, surrogate data. It's not perfect, right? But it's sure better than frequency of reporting, which just looking at this table 5.2 already tells you is not a good number. Okay, so then the other thing I wondered about is everything I learned in the front was that there were different kinds of industries that might really need different kinds of chemicals, and by talking about this at a national level, could we be diluting or overestimating what's the concentration depending on type of formation? So then I have to defer to all the rest of you experts. What's the sensible breakdown? But otherwise, when we carry over to the talks, everything is kind of merged into one national, all different kinds of formation type. And I'm imagining that EPA must have this huge spreadsheet where they entered all this information from FRAC Focus. And FRAC Focus will tell you which county, which well. You probably could make some reasonable guesses by geography what type of formation this might be. And so you don't have to do it at the fine level, but maybe you could do broad things that help us better understand severity. So I'm trying to get this concept of severity, and I'm worried that this chapter makes such big generalizations across the entire industry as to not be very helpful in helping us to understand severity. So let's see, CBI. So I'm bothered by CBI because, well, I do know a little bit that if there's a spill, I think there are regulations that whoever comes on site, they gotta release the chemical name and the information. I don't know whether that's just in certain states I'm familiar working in, or whether that's nationally required. If the EPA could comment on that, it might address some concerns about that information not being available. So I don't know if anyone else has more information on that, but in terms of the concentration, there are these histograms in here where they look at CBI and they try to graph, like, you know, how much, what's the KOW is. And I thought what would be really helpful is actually of the CBIs to just get a sense of what the ranges of concentration by this unit that I just described is. Because when I look in here, some of the CBIs, they're pretty small. So it just gives you a sense of the magnitude of the problem of the CBI, and that might be helpful to understanding severity and lack of information that we have.
Which
Okay?
figures, Abby, were you looking at?
So, let's see. Is it 5.6? Yeah, I mean, they had these like different histograms for CBI, and I was just saying to better characterize the CBI, there's information in here that they may well have in their spreadsheet already of this maximum ingredient concentration in hydraulic fluid percent by mass. Oh, well, I'm saying that's in the that they don't have that. I'm just saying similarly to the kinds, they're making an effort to try to characterize CBI, and I think one of the important things in terms of some handle of severity is what kind of concentration we're talking about. That doesn't get us the whole way here, but it kind of helps you characterize just what kind of percentage of the volume we're really talking about. So those were my comments on severity that were important for me to try to understand in this chapter with respect to Chapter 9.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, that's useful to get us started thinking about Chapter 9. Joe Ryan.
Thanks, Dave. So I got a concern about in the synthesis section of this Chapter 5. It's on page 571, section 5.10. So the EPA analysis of 497 spills reported no documented impacts to groundwater. I know at least a couple of the references they cited, one in particular looked at spills in Colorado. There was 77 groundwater spills that affected groundwater from a one-year period. I'm wondering how they got away with this statement here at the beginning of the summary of findings.
So,
Joe DeGeorge?
Oh, sorry.
Joe?
So three quick comments. One is about table 5.2, which is interesting because it looks at the highest reported frequency of disclosures of chemicals. And when I look at this, as was pointed out, we've got acetic acid, we've got guar gum that's in your low-grade ice cream if you happen to eat that. You have quartz. And if you look into the toxicology data later on, we're going to find that these are chemicals that don't have any safety data. And I find that a bit disturbing that, apparently they're in our foods, but they're not safe. Later on, or at least they can't calculate the safety information on them, or at least dismiss them as being relevant from a safety concern. One of the other places in here talks about using and going to safer products, and then talks about using food additives as those things. But yet those same food additives are later on, again, there's no safety data. So we say we're going safer, we can actually make a conclusion that we're going to safer compounds, but yet those are not in that 1,700 or 1,075 chemicals, they are ones without data. So I find that a bit troubling in terms of the analysis of the data. When we talk about the CBIs, to Abby's point on table 518, there's certainly information available to EPA to have drawn those histograms about properties of some of the CBIs. It would be useful to have some categorical information about those. How different are they? How many of those are unique compounds, chemical structures? How many of them might have information about safety or not in some databases? It's none of that information is available, yet they can give us the physical chemical property distribution. So clearly, I think that's something that maybe the data isn't there. Maybe they're all unique structures, but I suspect in many of these cases, I don't know this. I have no way of knowing it, but it would seem to me that some of these chemicals may very well be more common chemicals or just formulation, proprietary information that they don't want to disclose, and that's, I guess, allowed under the rules. But it would be useful to know
whether EPA knows about the ones where they did have disclosure, what are some of those properties that would be very interesting for us. And then finally, in the summary in this section, when I look at the information that's missing, it's in it's a paragraph right before the conclusions, and it talks about the data that's missing that needs to be added. It talks about chemical composition, it talks about physical chemical properties, it talks about drinking water resource conditions before and after. It doesn't say anything about the toxicity of the compounds that are talked about as part of the mixing. And it seems to me that that's a bit of a miss, that we're going to summarize what things we need that limit our ability to actually make an assessment, that that's not even listed. So I would think that EPA might want to modify the report to at least talk about the toxicity as a mentioned missing data point.
Thanks, Joe. Okay, well, I'm going to turn to Bruce Honeyman to succinctly summarize. Well, there's a lot to chew on here, and we'll be meeting as, the writing team will be meeting to digest further, but to get some initial thoughts on the table about summary points and key points.
Okay, thanks. Well, there are a lot of very good comments here and also written.
Bruce, could you pull that mic really close to you?
Sure. A couple of things that stood out by through repetition. There was a question about spill frequency versus volume, trying to get a resolution on that. That was expressed in a couple tables and figures. Separating chemical mixing fluids versus flowback. Of the total number of spills, 400, whatever it is, versus 151, trying to separate that out. See, lack of capability on analytics for many chemicals, and again, you can't know if something's there if you can't measure it. A couple comments on lack of safety data on new compounds, as well as about food additives, that just because we have it in food doesn't necessarily mean it's good for us. I think in general there was a good discussion about the industrial processes of mixing. There's a good understanding of what's going on, all the machinery and so on. Jim Allman had a couple comments about, again, new materials being brought forth, but not being used because of cost. And that suggested that something could be added about that in the report. Again, comments about separating out the types of spills, frequency versus concentration, time series approach to spills, and some sort of a temporal resolution. And there was a number of comments saying that the report does not support the overall conclusion that there are not major spills. In fact, we really don't know what the frequency or the severity of spills are because the incompleteness of the data, underreporting, and so on. Suggestion that the title be changed to include fate and transport. Let's see. Casey Miller said, conclude that overall, you look at the complexity operation, and it's rather than believing that or stating that there are no observations of spills or likelihood of substantial spills, that it's unlikely that there shouldn't be spills. Considering all the number of operations that are taking place, is that it's more like that's the converse is that there should be spills, and we need to understand what they are, the likelihood. There was some discussion on frac focus and updating the database. Ezra talked about a different version of frac focus and a spill database, and that there are newer databases or other databases that need to be updated. She also mentioned about the description of fate and transport not including geological complications, rheological properties, and 3D migration. Believe that some of the reports that EPA did, their published reports included some of the fate and transport calculations that EPA contractors had done, and that's really not brought out in this report. Remember, a couple of years ago, there was quite a bit of discussion about high-end modeling of fate and transport, and that's really not brought out in this document. Paul Westrop had an interesting point about polymers, trying to get a better resolution on them, molecular weight, configuration, and so on. And Abby had another number of comments on trying to tease out some of the information about CBI, relationship between frequency, severity, mass, volume, density, and so on. And I have to talk to her more about that, or you could provide more specifics about what you mean. That's a lot of it. It's quite a bit more, but what I miss?
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. On a couple of things I noted. On the fate and transport, there are a number of folks that made the comment that the existing section is quite generic and doesn't address through scenarios or other means specific implications related to hydraulic fracturing and potential impacts on drinking water. That's somewhat related to what you said about modeling, fate and transport modeling, and having the focus modeling be more part of what's discussed here. Look at some other. The frequency and severity aspect here is clearly one that garnered a lot of discussion, has relationships to the toxicity chapter, and we'll be revisiting, but it will merit some comments and in high-level comments in the summary of the response to the charge on this section. There was some comments about the potential to include some additional figures on capturing the reports of spills that are known. I think Dan Good mentioned a report of 457 spills, but information about that being available to put some kind of a figure.
Yeah, Dave, there was a comment about a couple of figures telegraphing information that wasn't there, that the schematics should be redone.
Right, more generally.
Tighten down the information,
Yeah, and a couple of comments. I think you mentioned this, Bruce. If we're not looking for it, if we haven't conducted monitoring to ascertain presence or absence, then it's hard to make a conclusion about absence. Any comments from the panel to those summary points? Joe?
So, I mean, it may be captured somewhat in the report, but I think this is the one section of the report where best practices could best change the outcomes. And it's hardly captured because here is a contained amount of material. It's not injected into the ground yet, and yet you can actually do something by mitigating spills. And you would think that we should comment on this, or the report should comment on this. Certainly states have taken that up.
Thanks, Joe. Good point. Steve Palmer.
Just to second Joe's comment, there are some case histories when you work in environmentally sensitive areas. I know I was up in Alaska for a number of years, and we fractured with hydrocarbon fluids, diesels, formation hydrocarbons, gelled them. And the practices that were up there were that if you had one drop hit the ground, it had to be on an absorptive pad and stuff like that. So there are areas in the best practices that can be used in different locations. Obviously, some of these ones down here in the State Spring Convention are fairly large. They're a lot larger locations than we had up there. But there are some things that we could include into that. I had a sort of a note of that. I just haven't had a chance to bring it out. So I agree with Joe. This is a great place for best practices that are used in other areas that could be adopted here to reduce that kind of a spill effect and transport into the soil, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, okay.
Please use your microphones.
I was just gonna say I put that in my written comments. I agree with that.
Okay. Dave DeZomber, I just note there's a consortium of companies developing in Pittsburgh to share best practices. There's a number of industry efforts in that regard. Steve Ranke?
Yes, this kind of relates to some earlier comments about summarizing laws, or at least who's in charge. We have RECRA rules. Spill a pound of some sort of a heat exchange fluid, and maybe it's eaten by a condor, so you got to report that spill, clean it up. What happens on these? Are they exempt or not exempt, covered? I have no idea. I would assume maybe they are, but I don't really know. So again, we didn't want to analyze all the rules, but maybe just a quick summary of what is covered under what would help.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move to the charge question 4, the last one for today. And it is 5 o'clock. We're going to push through till 6 o'clock. So this is our big day. We're going to push through to 6 o'clock and get through chapter 4. And
actually, our agenda says we can extend it to tomorrow, just knowing that it might be longer.
well, we won't allow enough time for writing tomorrow. So bear with me. We're going to plow on through here for charge question 4. Charge question 4 relates to the well injection step in the hydraulic fracturing water cycle. And the charge question's up on the board. Third stage in the hydraulic fracturing water cycle is well injection, the injection of hydraulic fracturing fluids into the well to enhance oil and gas production from the geologic formation by creating new fractures and dilating existing fractures. This is addressed in chapter 6. And so there are 4 points here, very similar to the previous 2 charge questions on clarity and accuracy of the summary of available information. Are the major findings well supported? They identify the potential impacts to drinking water resources for this stage of the hydraulic fracturing water cycle. Are there other major findings that have not been brought forward? Are the factors affecting the frequency or severity described to the extent possible? Then uncertainties, assumptions, limitations, and what additional information should be added. And again, we have a large number of lead discussants here. I'll ask the lead discussants to highlight their key points and comments and leave the details in the writing. And we will start with Scott Baer. All right.
Okay, I would like to say that this was a Herculean task to write up this section on modeling, and I give the EPA people great kudos for what they've done. It's a section that's dense on acronyms. It's dense on citations of work that you can get in a library. And as a modeler, I enjoyed reading it. I felt challenged at times, and that kind of concerns me in that I'm not sure it's at a level that the general public will understand. In addition, there are 14 pages lacking a graph, a picture, or anything, and that's death. You know, that's what you do before you go to bed at night, to go to bed at night. You know, so what I would suggest is that some of the publications that the EPA researchers did have absolutely wonderful graphs in them. And those graphs convey their points. Put some of the graphs in there so the general public can understand what you're talking about in the 14 pages of text. And it helps break up the 14 pages. It's also a place, a section where a lot of different time frames are being discussed. And I think it would be beneficial, maybe you don't put it in this section or maybe another section, but on page 56 of our comments, I put together a little Excel graph just showing the duration of injection of fracking fluid, the hydraulic fracturing of the reservoir from a well, a pad that may have many wells. And as a groundwater person, I also wanted people to realize that those are the only two periods of time when water and fluid is being pushed out of the well. It's a very short period of time when the pressure is moving fluids out into the formation. Then on the graph, there's also flow back after fracturing, and then there's the production of oil and gas. And those, the flow back period can be perhaps 100 days, certainly needs some fine tuning from other people here. And then the production, I did it for 5.5 years, so it came out to 2,000 days, but I heard 40 years. So that's 40 years, 20 years, 10 years that fluids are coming back into the well. They're not going out. Another thing I wanted to point out is that if you have a target zone that's 7,000 feet deep and your fracture zone extends, your induced fractures, a very liberal 500 feet, let's say, upward, and your lowermost drinking water source is 500 feet, that means any fracking fluid that does escape moves 6,000 feet through Mother Nature's rocks. And that's 90% of the flow path on the example I have. And yet this section and the other sections really don't discuss much about the physical properties and the material properties of rock. And the one that I really think needs to be added is the natural fractures in rock. This section has a great deal about mechanical fracturing of it, but nothing on the natural fracturing of rock. So, I think it's important for people to realize that, some of those fractures at depth are about the size of my hair, not the quantity, the size. And some of them are bigger than my pencil here. But they occur in different densities and different patterns and in different frequencies in all the different rock types that fluid's got to go through. And I think that's something that's really missed in the entire report, is that the rocks provide the greatest amount of protection for the public. I also thought, in thinking of time frames, that nowhere in the report is there a simple graph of what a fracturing event looks like. So on page 59, I ripped one off from an EPA publication that is got time and minutes on the x-axis and pressure on the y-axis, and it just shows the moment that the rock breaks and then how the pressure recovers over time. And I think that's a misconception, that the public has a great, we all misunderstand that the fracking is a moment in time, and if you frack 79 compartments, it's 79 moments, and if you have 6 wells from the same pad, it's 6 times 79 moments, but it doesn't add up to a lot of time, a couple months. So I wanted to, make sure that we put in time. And I think where it's confused is tomorrow people are going to talk about the next question, which is wastewater and injection. Those are 2 different things, and a lot of people have trouble with that. The fracking is a moment. The injection can be years and years, and your targets are very different. In fracking, you have a shale. It's non-porous, non-permeable, and that's why you're breaking it up. In the injection process, you're looking for a target that's highly porous and highly permeable and can accept that fluid. And that's not brought out in the geologic discussion either. And I think that's very important that everybody understand that we're not injecting back into the shale, we're injecting back into rocks under the shale, usually, and rocks that almost always have brines in them, and they're highly saline, and often oil-field brines naturally contain benzene, toluene, and xylene. The other thing I would say, it'd be the last thing I say, is I worry a little bit about use, just in the title of section 6.22, use of the word evidence. I do some expert testimony. I've been excoriated for my evidence from time to time. Being a modeler, I'm reminded that a model is a representation of reality. It is not reality. And what you're presenting is an observation from a model, not from Mother Nature. So if you look at the papers that are cited in this section and the work that the EPA people have done, as well as others, they use a number of different types of models. Some of them are physical models, like in a lab. Some of them, well, nobody uses electric analog anymore. Some of them are statistical, some are mathematical. And those models are applied in a number of different ways. So predictive models, you're trying to match something that was measured in nature. So for us here, to me, that's a subsurface pressure and that's a solute concentration. And that's how you might observe the evidence of a solute moving up, or a frac fluid moving up in the stratigraphic section. What most of these, excuse me, are interpretive models. And in interpretive models, you don't have any data to ground truth it to. You set up a scenario that has typical geologies, typical layering, typical permeabilities, and you make the model, you force the model to frack the rock and release fluids. So there are a couple sentences in here where I think the word is observed, but I think it should be observed in the model simulations. And it needs to be qualified. And I think perhaps there ought to be a section that describes the difference in the types of models that the EPA people have cited. You know, a model is not the truth. Even with all the wonderful mathematical rigor and the great graphics we can get at them, it's a representation of reality. And we have to make that representation realistic, measured values. So when there's a report that's cited, and there's several of them, where the measurements were made, talk about it. When no measurements were made and it was interpretive, let everybody know.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. My line to my students is you don't get data from a model. Okay, next is Tom Davis.
Thank you, Dave. Well, I'd like to commend the EPA on filing this Chapter 6 on well injection. I agree with Scott that it's very hard to understand in the sense of if you back up and look at this from the public perception. I think the whole framework of fracking is a difficult subject when we deal with the public in terms of the perception, even the word. So the framework here is, how do we make this simpler? It could be through more figures, some diagrams, better understanding. I think we as educators have not done an effective job, even in educating our students about this process. So I think we're somewhat to blame. I think another aspect here is that a lot of the work going on in industry right now involves integration of disciplines, and that really hasn't come out in this report. And it needs to occur because we have to approach this from different perspectives in order to, I guess we'll say, optimize how we conduct our operations. So represented in the audience here, we've got geophysicists like myself, we've got petroleum engineers, we've got geologists, we've got engineers, we've got chemical engineers, chemists, etc. And that's what it takes to make this thing go and to do it properly. And that's the direction the industry has gone in of late. So this study right now is frozen in time, and I want to remind you about this. So everything from about 2012 is off the books. It's off the record. And a lot of things have happened since 2012, and for the good. So we saw this morning the framework that the EPA is predicting that we're going to have more incidents, accidents, whatever it is. And I can tell you right now that my perception is that we've drilled a lot more wells since that time in 2012. And I don't think we have the number of incidents, accidents, so on, that we had in the time period from 2008 to 2012. And I think we have to give the industry credit rather than putting them under the bus, okay? So in this regard, I'd like to see more comments, or at least something brought in to say that there has been a change in evolution in technology and evolution in how we've conducted our operations through integration and so on and so forth. I'd like to also say that we've kind of kicked ourselves in the teeth here by putting diagrams in like figure 6.5 that we argued a couple of years ago that needed to be in. And it shows natural fractures, it shows faults, it shows the well construction. But how realistic is that? It's not very realistic. We're dealing with tombstone. We're dealing with rocks that Scott mentioned, nanodarcy permeability. These rocks don't flow unless we frack them, we crack them. And they don't flow very far. So the cracks don't go up very far, and we've been able to monitor that with geophysical techniques. I'm involved in that. So that idea of 100 feet, 200 feet within, that's probably the maximum. We're actually seeing a lot of these thin shales go up, and hit a boundary. It could be a clay layer, it could be a fault, and that's where they die. So they don't go to the surface, as a lot of people think. And so this business about pathways that we put in here is really a misnomer, a misconception. Those pathways basically don't exist. And in this regard, then, the modeling needs to support that. And the modeling's buried in the back, and you can't really pull it out. But as Scott mentioned, the models are sometimes useful. And those models need to be brought up and introduced to the public. And in doing so, then we can then tie our
quantitative results that we're getting from geophysics and other sources with those models and do a more effective job in displaying what happens to the fracking process. So I think that's what needs to be done here in terms of if we're going to get into this business of frequency and severity and all that, we have to bring that together. And here's the opportunity to do that. I guess we also have to look at what's happening today. And what's happening today is that we're drilling off of single pads, many wells, different depths, different orientations. We're now moving towards refracturing of those wells because economically we can't justify the drilling of these wells at present day prices. But we can go in and refract these wells, and we can take them back up to the level of production they started with. A lot of people don't realize that. A lot of people just think, well, these wells are done after you drill them and frack them. No, they're going to go on for a life. It might be 40, 50, 60 years. And we need to keep this study going in order to understand what happens when we go back in and refract the wells and deal with a large number of wells, because we have to deal with this in a 3D sense in the subsurface. So right now we're looking at drilling up to 32 wells per section in Wattenberg Field, Colorado. And that's at just one level. We can go in different levels. So what happens to stresses in the subsurface when you have that many wells and you're refracking them, etc.? We need to pay attention to that in terms of monitoring these stresses in the subsurface. So we don't know. There's a lot of issues, a lot of things that we don't know, and we have to bring that out to the public. So I've overtaken my time. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Sherry, then Norman.
I regret to say that I have a lot to say. Should I just hit the important ones and say to go to my comments?
Well, if you can leverage what Tom and Scott have said.
That's actually a really good place to start, because this is not in my written comments. First of all, with what Scott said about the pressure graph, I completely agree, and I almost put that in my comments. I'm so glad to see it. But what I would say is, let's go get one from industry, no offense, because, and here's the reason why, is because your graph shows it falling off to instantaneous shut-in pressure. It'd be really great to show the public that it bleeds back off to, below minimum in situ stress, whatever that is. So that's one comment. About the rocks, saying that the rock distance is the most protective thing. Well, really what Tom just said is the stress contrast. In fact, if we were to use a program like StimPlan to model and see if we could purposefully make a fracture grow to the surface, the only way we'll ever make that happen is to remove all stress contrast out of Mother Nature. And that doesn't exist anywhere in reality. Speaking of rocks, we don't have, I'm going back out kind of out of sequence, but we have no pictures of rocks in this report. And it would be really great in Chapter 1 if you could show like a shale and a highly permeable regular sandstone as well. Okay, now on to my other comments. There are no principles of well construction design whatsoever in this chapter. You're presented with the idea of we slap some casing down there, we slap cement down there, and away we go. And that's not true at all, because in particular, one of the reasons the states are so involved, obviously, is they know their geology. You put a casing shoe in an impermeable zone below water. So I just wanted to point that out. I don't know if it's possible to put any caveat about that in there. Figure 6.1 really disturbs me. Figure 6.1 is a really good graphical representation of well construction, but it shows a water zone that's not cemented behind the intermediate string. And we don't do that. The figure makes it look like that water zone is just like a zone of drinking water. And I would really emphasize that this really is going to mislead the casual reader or the public if we don't fix that. So please fix figure 6.1. There are no industry best practices, just like we said before. So, for example, there's never a mention that cement is pressure tested after we put it in the hole. We mentioned cement bond logs. We usually get a cement top off of cement bond logs or temperature logs, but cement bond logs can give false positives at shallow depth. Operators follow construction standards of the state. And so they do that because they know the state knows their specific geology. And so the well file statistics that are presented in this chapter are very reflective of that. 93% of the wells had surface casing. 7% did not. So there's no drill down on why those 7% didn't have it. It was just, 7% failed. And so the reader thinks, 7% were naughty. And that's probably not the case. They probably got a variance or some other issue. So, I wanted to point that out. There's a whole body of research being done in flexible and self-healing cement. I'd really like to see you strengthen that a little bit. Also, you use the term overpressured. What does that mean? Do you mean that it has very high pore pressure, or do you mean it's being pumped into it excessively high pressure? I wasn't sure about that. And then another thing is, I got the sense of, again, we slap in casing, and hey, sometimes we'll use an intermediate strain. That's the feeling when you get to read this chapter, but that's not the case. We design casings for a mud weight window, and I would really like to see you add to that, and that's in my comments. Fractures intersecting a producing or an abandoned well or another well's fracturing field are called frac hits in this report. Most operators, if they're fracking one well on a pad, they'll put a plug or fill another well with water, and they'll do something to mitigate the impacts of that, and that's really never mentioned anywhere else. And so another thing that operators do is, if, like going back to the abandoned wells, if there's an abandoned well nearby and they know that, they'll study that, just like in a Class 2 area of investigation type situation to some distance. And then coming back to this I'm actually down to point, I'm sorry, I haven't been keeping up with the point I'm at. I'm under point B. The findings are in two parts, really, on fluid migration pathways along the production well. And here's where I have one thing of a correction, because throughout the report we talk about the fracturing at Bainbridge, Ohio, and I want to refer back to the public comment 136 on the Bainbridge incident. The Ohio is a Department of Natural Resources. Had a correction on the way this is referenced in the report, so I would ask that you go back and follow their recommendation on that. And they make the point in that incident that that's not fracturing related. That was a cement failure, just like any cement could fail on any other bad cement job. And so I would ask you please to go back and not necessarily, to follow their recommendation on that. There's an extensive section on sustained casing pressure, and it's great, it's informative to understand what sustained casing pressure is, but there's no evidence anywhere of sustained casing pressure from hydraulic fracturing. So to me, this whole section should just be removed, because the conclusions don't seem to fit what we're trying to talk about. Sustained annular pressure is most commonly the result of seep leaks in connections of the inner tubing and the buildup of pressure in the tubing by casing annulus. And so again, you can read my comments there. The instance of the casing and cement failure, though, in Kildare in North Dakota was the strongest case represented in this chapter. With the exception of the discussion on sustained casing pressure, the three cases presented do really represent situations where fluid was allowed to contact sources of drinking water. And again, I think really the success rate of so few failures in the number of fractures is a very, very high success rate, better than the spill rate. And now I'm on the second part of B. I told you I had a lot of things. There are no case studies to support the simulations that model. There are no case studies at all supporting modeling where fracture grows into the subsurface above, into drinking water. And in fact, you know, the research that was sponsored, I remember Dr. Moraity's name, and I can't remember the other authors of all the modeling work that they did, which is very tedious to go through and read and understand. It would be so wonderful if that could be brought forward, just like Tom said, but explained in a little bit simpler way and really reinforced, because their modeling proves back of the envelope calculations on leak off and like stim plan modeling with zero stress contrast that this just isn't going to happen. I'm going to skip some more of these in the interest of time. The summary findings include a section which discuss factors affecting the frequency and severity impacts. Notable factors include casing and cement quality, site geological and geomechanical characteristics, vertical separation between the producing zone and the drinking water source. It is then suggested that findings of the chapter indicate an increased opportunity for pathways to develop and impact drinking water sources. This is just a statement with absolutely no supporting statistical evidence. It's just, here's some papers, there you go, it's an increased opportunity, and therefore we should worry about it. And again, I point this out because I think this kind of speculation isn't really going to do us any good at the end of the day. There's no statistical evidence presented for this whatsoever. And finally, the conclusions introduce a discussion regarding the lack of data to support the work. I feel that this could have been mentioned much earlier in the chapter and in addition to the study. It's a very important limitation. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Kathy.
Okay, so I'll keep mine brief. You can put me in the public in this regard. I found this chapter very difficult to read. You know, I know that I'm not an expert in this, but just taking away from it, I just feel like there's a better way to organize, and I'm not real sure what that would be, but I found it rather difficult and tedious as you go through the 14 pages with no graphs, and then we've asked for additional information, which might be another 5 pages with no graphs, and then a lot of just technical, I hesitate to use the word statistics because they're just summaries of the well data, but so it's just sort of through. So I would encourage some concentration on this section to make it a little bit more readable. But in reading it, I guess I felt like it was important, and I felt like there was sort of strong evidence of issues, and so maybe I'm wrong on that, but when I read this, I felt like there were points that were brought out that show clear problems, and that some definitive conclusions could be made based on that. And then I'll also just make a small comment that reading this chapter with the idea of looking at things in 3D, it's very clear that the depth is very important, and that needs to be brought out in whether it was chapter 2 or 3, wherever that was discussed. But the depth of these wells seems to be key. So let's stop there.
Kathy, anything else?
No, I don't think so. That's good enough.
Thanks very much. John Fontana.
I'll leave the engineering to all my engineering colleagues in here, so I'm going to skip to some other things. Hearing, some of the public outcry and issues with being non-quantitative, basically, in some of these discussions, I think that's going to be a big issue with this section. and should be reinforced where it can. I'm not sure if the well files, the well files in theory statistically represent over 20,000 wells, and I don't know if impact. I didn't get to read that part of that study separate from this report, but it doesn't look like that was used to examine impacts. Were there any impacts on those? It just was more of a study on how wells are being constructed statistically again. But I don't remember seeing anything on the impacts that were related to that, and I don't know if that could be used or not. Just one comment on I know in addition to cement bond logs for examining issues with seepage along wells, there's also an acoustic technology. I didn't see a reference to that in there, that is used to listen to the movement of gas and fluids behind the pipe, and it's usually used in a remedial situation where something's already known to be going on, to find where that issue is occurring, and it could be mentioned in here because it's perhaps not as widely known. Again, I'm not on the engineering side, so it may be more well known than I'm aware of, but for places that are not using that technology, it's pretty effective technology from what I understand. So in the conclusions in section 644, I just think there could be a better summary of the documented frequency of impacts, rather than just saying evidence shows that the quality of drinking water resources may have been affected by hydraulic fracturing fluids escaping from the wellbore and surrounding formation in certain areas, although conclusive evidence is currently limited. So I just think there needs to be a discussion of what types of impacts have been claimed and how they've been claimed. Perhaps reviewing the number of cases that are out there that claim to be, but being careful not to use things like, I think in Pennsylvania they cite violations simply based on an increase in methane in a well, and more recent publications I've put in my comments, one by Brent Wilson recently in 2014 shows that the methane is naturally occurring in a lot of these aquifers where people get their waters, and draw down on the water wells creates that increase. I just think we're going to get a lot of pushback from that in those particular areas. So that's all I have.
Thanks, John. Dan Good.
So I thought that overall this section really provides an excellent overview of factors affecting the relationship between hydraulic fracturing and drinking water during the hydraulic fracturing and the gas production phase of the well's life. I really appreciated the summary and the kind of the blending of model results with the summary of reported events, actual problems that have occurred at wells, which, as Sherry mentioned, were largely associated with the casing and the cement problems. But I really think that was very informative to go through these actual experiences, explain what happened, and talk about how improved methods can work to improve that. So that kind of combination of the model and the actual experiences I thought was very helpful. The well file review, as John just mentioned, 24,000 well files, only 323 of those were actually looked at by EPA. That's about 1.4% of the data set. I would have been a lot happier to see about 10%. I mean, we're all hoping that, problems are a small fraction of actual experiences. And so, we don't have like an even distribution of good and bad. There's very few bad events in there. And when you look at such a small subset, I think the statistics are pretty weak in terms of your chances of finding those at that level of sampling. So I would have liked to have seen a lot more focus there, and that would have again been a original research contribution from EPA's study. I have several comments about the terminology in this section. I think with the This section tends to have a little bit more kind of common technical descriptions that we use in the industry or in the oil and gas field that I think will be confusing to a lot of people. And one example is just well communication, about wells talking to each other, which a lot of people in this room know what that means, but a layperson reading that I don't think gets a real good impression of what we're talking about. And I have a number of other examples in my written comments. Right, communication. EPA specifically mentions in the report that there's large amounts of operator-submitted data at state agencies. It's not in accessible databases. I think EPA missed an opportunity with this study to compile that information, particularly on additional events that have happened with the well injection phase. The simulation studies focused on the hydraulic fracturing phase of operations and the gas production phase. And as I mentioned earlier, I think the simulations are really the only tool we have right now to look at the very long-term processes that are going to happen after gas production. And as Scott mentioned, during gas production, the whole idea is that pressure's lower in the well, and so everything's flowing towards the well. But once you've sealed that well, pressures will naturally build up again. And in the best situation, the only real difference between before hydraulic fracturing and this long-term process is that you've dramatically increased the permeability of this shale unit from what it was prior to hydraulic fracturing. So I really think that's an important use of the models that could have been added to and maybe relatively easy to add in the final report, because it's just talking about simulations and presenting that. Again, perspective studies would have really gone a long way towards identifying some of these actual experiences, and I think that should continue to be a goal of EPA in this field. And I think that's all I had.
Thanks, Dan. Okay, as a process check here, I think I suggest as a plan here, we'll hear from Bruce, we'll hear from Walt, then we'll break for today, and we'll start in the morning, continuing our discussion of charge question 4, which is at the heart of the matter for us. This is an important chapter, and we don't want to be tired or cut ourselves short on discussing it. So let's hear from Bruce, let's hear from Walt, and then we'll conclude our activities for today. Bruce.
Thank you. I have one question that hasn't been brought up yet, and it has to do with cement, since probably most of my lack of understanding about them, but cementing operations seems to be one of the most critical steps in maintaining well integrity, and presumably most of the cements have been developed for traditional oil and gas operations, and yet for fracking we have some very exotic fluids, acids and so on. And my question is about the integrity of the cements with the new types of fluids. This section on cementing is very short in the chapter, and I guess that's basically my question. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Bruce. Walt?
Thank you. I agree with all of the contributors so far on this. I would just leave 3 points. Tom, I really appreciate your comments about education. I think that is absolutely correct, that we all are tasked with the idea of trying to educate people about our business, how we do it safely and responsibly. And so I applaud that comment. On this section of this chapter, what I would like to ask for is an expansion on the stray gas migration discussion. From my perspective, when we think about hydraulic fracturing, a lot of the issues I think that you would see out there coming from third-party claims and gas migration incidents are related to stray gas migration. These are shallower zones that contain currently uneconomic volumes of gas that are liberated during the drilling process. And if the well is not correctly cased and cemented, you're going to have the potential for stray gas migration, which I would submit is what most of the cases that we're seeing in Pennsylvania and across the country are. They're not fracking operations. They're not related to fracking. They're related to drilling. And I would appreciate if the agency could spend a little bit more time talking about that and maybe putting some visuals in there looking at stray gas migration, because I really believe that is where a disconnect occurs between the industry and the regulators and the community. They're combining all this as fracking when in fact it's not that. It's a drilling issue. The last comment I'll make is about databases, and the report in this chapter talks about databases and the lack of information. I would suggest to you that the data is out there. It may not be readily, easily accessible. A lot of the states recognize that there are issues with data management. They're working on that, and they're improving their data management processes. That is a work in progress. I think it's a valid observation that data management program needs to be more robust. It needs to be a lot more electronic. I think industry would applaud the idea of being able to submit things electronically instead of by paper. And it would go a long ways to helping transparency for everyone that has an interest in looking at the data and are interested in using that data. So I would suggest to you that the data is out there. It may not be fully usable, and it takes a lot of effort to get to it. And I understand the time constraints that the agency had in working with this, but I think that's a valid statement that I'd like you to put in there, that the states are working on trying to improve that transparency with the data. Thank you.
Thanks, Walt. Okay, well, we got a good start on charge question 4. As I said, it's at the heart of the matter for us. In the morning, we will reconvene at 8:30 a.m. in this room, and we will continue discussion on charge question 4. Dean is the lead writer for this section. He's taking some notes. I've got some notes here, and we'll hear from another 7 lead writers tomorrow, and then we'll have some summary, and then we'll have some more discussion. But this is an important chapter for us, so it's worth spending time on. Any questions from the panel before I turn over to Ed to wrap things up? I'd like to thank everybody for hanging in here, and we made a lot of progress today. We have a big task ahead of us, but we're on schedule, and I'm feeling good about where things are headed. Ed?
Okay, thanks everybody. We're on recess until 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Please take your things with you.